Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Whether you're watching us live here on Kart Chaser as a member, you're watching this later on the replay, or if you are joining us live here at the Indy Karting Challenge here at the K1 Circuit in Whiteland, Indiana, it is time to get down to the events of the day. Qualifying is done and dusted. We've taken a quick moment here. It's time for the heats, and then it's time for the finals. It's myself, Brad Dalton, here in the booth, joined by Patrick Coleman here on his Kart Chaser debut. Qualifying's done, Patrick. Now, we all know qualifying doesn't award the points, though. This is where the real battles start. Weather in Whiteland, Indiana right now as we sit, it is 56 degrees Fahrenheit with a real feel of 69 degrees. So it is a perfect day for karting. 4-mile-an-hour wind gust of 6 miles an hour, mostly sunny. Couldn't ask for better weather to kick this thing off for round number 2. And well, let's talk about the schedule as it goes here. It's the same run as qualifying, but if you didn't join us for qualifying, you're just now joining us. Thanks for being here, and let's talk about this run here. It starts out with 206 Junior, then it's going to be 206 Master, 206 Cadet, KA Junior, KA Senior Master, Micro and Mini, 206 Senior, and 206 Super Master will be the run. Right now, stage on the grid is 206 Junior. Patrick, something we didn't talk about in qualifying that I want to bring up now before 206 Junior rolls. The race director's notes from round 1. One of the things he said is rolling starts in the junior categories were too fast. Please coach the drivers. We will issue jump start penalties for unsafe start speeds. And then they also have brought in the formation and commitment cone procedures from the NKA rule set. For those of you unfamiliar, there's 2 cones on the track. The first one will be on the exit. I'm going to double check myself here. It is around the exit of Daytona, or going into the entry of Daytona. There's 2 yellow cones. That is the formation cone, and the commitment cone is the 2 blue cones. Got to be in formation. You got to be in position before those cones. If you're not, well, that's a problem. You'll face a penalty. Should be interesting to see how that plays out. I love how we're talking about how important safety is in racing, as I'm pretty sure I just saw 2 drivers shadow boxing there at the start grid. I don't know who that was, but I saw it at least, so I know someone else saw it. We'll see who that was, nevertheless, going through. Let's talk about the starting lineup here for 206 Junior as they get ready to roll here and get an idea as karts are firing up here on the grid. Let's talk about the starting lineup for 206 Junior as it goes. Qualifying run for 206 Junior. Well, it was Gigi Sivakumar who topped the time with a 51.966. From there, we went Daniel Dragunov, Nolan Wade, your top 3 on the run, with Max and Klebe in 4th. Maximus Seward in P5, Parker Dunn in 6th, Tyler Nash Turner, Eli Marsh, and Jack Russell. The 9 karts here in 206 Junior that took things on. And again, if you don't remember round 1, I go back to round 1. Parker Dunn and Tyler Nash Turner were big battlers in round 1. They're starting well out of position here in round 2. as we get rolling here. And there are those yellow cones going into Daytona. So that is the formation cone that they talk about. It will be a full formation lap around. So they'll go through out here. They will not immediately hit the run to start. They get a full lap to circle around, Patrick. I think that's going to be very important for the drivers. And green flag is out here. We are going racing here, going through into the first corner. Everyone seems to get away well here early on. Everyone coming through, and side by side we continue along. But up front, Gigi Sivakumar taking advantage of that great position there into turn one, holding on there with Dragunov in the orange helmet just behind as they all come out of the first sector of the track and keep the battles alive. It was through the tram lines. They still seemed a little fast compared to what I would have expected. But we'll see what race control decides on that one here. We'll keep an eye on that before finals as we go through. Seward Marsh dropping down the order. Dragunov, Sivakumar up in the front here as they go along. So let's watch and see how they play through Daytona for the first time as they head their way along. And, well, Patrick, there's that look over the shoulder. This is where things get interesting and you decide whether you're working with somebody or whether you're fighting somebody. Right now, I think the top two, Dragunov and Sivakumar, they want to work together. Here's the problem for them as they go right now that I'm looking at. They don't have near enough gap on P3. So if Dragunov and Sivakumar start battling anywhere in that first or third sector, you're going to see those times really, really drop down the order. So they need to keep working on building a gap. And you see the look over the shoulder there from Dragunov in the green helmet, Sivakumar there in the split orange-green helmet in second place. But you see Dragunov looking over the shoulder down the back straight, trying to gauge where Sivakumar is. Is Sivakumar going for a pass? Is Sivakumar going to just stay behind? Where is he at here? Parker Dunn's worked his way up to fourth place right now. Wouldn't be surprised to see him make a move for P3 here soon. And actually, there it is, because Cleve is going to run very wide out of the final corner. Down the front stretch we go, and that should put Parker Dunn up into third place. It does. Max and Cleve will drop down into P4. So Parker Dunn up 3 places on the go. Now he needs to find some friends, some help, or he needs Dragunov and Sivakumar to start battling so he can close up and try to make a charge on the top two. Max and Cleve dropping down there to P6. Nash, Turner, Nolan Wade moving up. Parker Dunn in third. Steve Kumar and Dragunov still your running order at the moment. Gap 1.75 seconds between your top two and P3 as they run along. So as you watch going through, that is going to be where I think things will get really, really interesting here, as we're 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. And remember, just because we hit that 2 minute run, we still have 2 laps to go after that as we come along here, coming through that 808 of Siva Kumar, just sticking right to the back of Dragunov and really just hanging on, knows what needs to be done. Crossing the line this time through, 1:45 left. Gap is going to be sitting at 1.98. They've built up about a 2-second cushion, which will give them room to fight a little bit, but it's nothing guaranteed as they come through. Top two, then, as you said, Dunn in third, and then fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, Nash, Turner through Cleve all together there. Here we go, pass for the lead. Side by side down into the right-hander, heading towards the hairpins we go, and this is going to be where that 2-second gap is going to disappear, because that was Siva Kumar wanting a run on Dragunov. You see the pass didn't stick that time. You still have a few laps to try something here, but where did that set the gap there between them and Dunn? This lap plus 2 more to go here as we sit, because they did cross the line with about 6 seconds to go. So now here's the problem for Siva Kumar. He's now in the hot seat. He's now going to be the one with the pressure applied. Dragunov now gets to pick where to try the pass, and we saw drivers lose out on final corner passes last time through. Look at that, though, in the battle for P4 there, Nash, Turner, and Stewart getting a good battle along there as Wade and Cleve hang along. Look at them battling it out as if they're battling, for the lead coming through here. Up front, again, we hang on, going through the top two. And let's see here as they cross the line how it'll be. Popsicle sticks in the air, 2 laps to go. It's the signal here as they come through. Next time around, it'll be white flag, and it's Stewart over Nash. Turner there was the pass that we saw. And now let's watch here. Top two, what do you decide to do at this point if you're Dragunov? Well, Patrick, I think if I'm Dragunov, I'm closing this gap up, and I'm going for it in the final corner. Oh, now that is a way to kick things off there going through. I mean, that is very much that's a showing there of how that runs. So, notes to take away from that one. Final corner pass, very much an option. Final corner run to the line, drag race to the line. I expect to see that more and more as the day goes on. So, make your notes. Take the mental check here if you're running through. You know what's coming along now if you are dragging off Siva Kumar or Parker Dunn. And note, Parker Dunn and Nash Turner, third and fourth. Great runs from them going through. But we'll shift gears here from them and go into the 206 Master category here. Coming up next here, 206 Masters will get ready to run through. The engines are fired and the gates will open. That they did 206 Masters as they line up Troy Toney, J. Brian Williams, Tyler Demand, Chad King, Jared Spancell, Jesse Bullock, Alex Cooper, Mike Balkert, and Jason Irvin, the 9 karts, to take on 7 minutes plus 2 laps here around this Whiteland circuit. Let's see how they play through as they come across through the backstretch. They're together side by side into the tram lines. We like what we see pace-wise. Green flag is out, and we are racing. That inside line should get a very good run here, and you see that being the case as they go very early on. That inside line is going to have such a good advantage on the race starts. I don't know how the outside line is going to compete coming through as we go through the first sector. Everyone continues to battle their way along, and we'll see here top 4 very much swapping up orders as they go down the back stretch and down into the front stretch. They go along here, and let's get an idea of how this is going to run for these 7 minutes as they hit the timing line. It's Tony, Brian Williams, Tyler Demand, Jared Spancell, Chad King, your top 5 as they go through, and well, you see the pace very quickly there from Troy Toney showing up. He's having a great run here early on, and it's going to be interesting to really see who can catch up to him here today. The thing to note here at this point is that after this round, I was just looking at this, after this round, we don't have another run of the Indy Karting Challenge until June 6th. So we go over a month without any IKC competition, and then we go to round 3 where this new format's going to start, and it's going to get exciting to really see how the new format brings in drivers, how it brings in challenges, and who really capitalizes from it as we cross the line here. Troy Tony 1.5 seconds to the good over J. Brian Williams, going along with Tyler Demand hanging on as well. We can see here in the Masters category, there's 2 different mindsets, I think, and one of them is run away, run away, run away, baby, and the other one is, well, it's a race, not a sprint. Let's take a second. Let's breathe here. I would be surprised if J. Brian Williams doesn't start to close this gap back in here as we go and continue our way along. That he does. Troy Tony has kind of just checked out at this point and said, you know what? I'm just going to take this 444 plated cart and just run away with it and just let it be here. J. Brian Williams does seem like he's trying to close a little bit. He closed the gap by 0.5 last lap here. We'll see if he can close any more this lap along here as we cross the line. It doesn't. It actually expands by about 1.5 there. So you can see really where the time is playing in there as we see Chad King and Jared Spansel, Jesse Bullock. This battle here in the mid-pack is really heating up because there's your top 2 going through Daytona. There's 3rd place in Daytona, 4th. So this is 5th, 6th, and 7th. Spansel, Bullock, and Bockert, who are battling things out here with 1:45 plus 2 laps to go in the mid-pack. And anything they can do now to really find position will benefit them when they go into their finals this evening. Because remember, 206 Masters, their final is at 3:15 p.m. And for a time check, we just passed 12 p.m. Eastern time. So they have 3 hours after this before they get these carts back on track. So the track will be totally different. Anything they can do now to gain a little bit of position here, a little bit of position there is going to make a big difference for them. And they're running through as they come across. It should be about 4 to go, I believe. I think we will get a bonus lap out of this run as well, just based on the lap times and where the leaders are at on the track. say, what's he getting for lunch? That's my question. He's probably really thinking about that more than he is anything as he goes through and along. I mean, just very much in the rhythm. Every lap he's set has been faster than the last. I don't know what he's got in that cart going through. I mean, he's past Tech clearly, so he's here running. But, I mean, every time he crosses the line, it's a better lap than the previous. This is the first time that he hasn't done so. So on the 8th lap of the track, as we hit 2 to go, is when he's finally decided to whoa up a little bit here as they go along here. And still you have Spancel, Bullock, and Bockert behind there. Those three that just passed through the bottom of your screen who are starting to battle it out really well as well. It's half a lap difference between them there as they go through. That is a bit ridiculous, I'm not gonna lie. One of two things has happened here. J. Brian Williams has dialed back and said, you know what, I'll get it in the final, or Troy Toney has really opened it up. But either way, regardless of what the decision has been from them, I mean, they very clearly thought about what they're doing. And for Troy Toney, I mean, this was just a qualifying session. This was just a hot lap session. And for Troy Toney, he's going to come across the line uncontested and will win the 206 Masters Heat here on the day. J. Brian Williams will come across here in second. Tyler DeMann will come across in P number 3. And there is, I mean, this is the best representation of where these gaps landed running through. Chad King in 4th. Let's see how Spancel, Bullock, and Bockert finish things up as they go. And, well, there they go through as Mike Bockert will come through several seconds behind. And then Alex Cooper and Jason Irvin round things out. But you can see how those gaps got, Patrick. That was wild. And next up on the run, you can see here some of the last second coaching coming in from the AMAX team going to their drivers, because here it goes. We go from 206 Masters to 206 Cadets. Again, another one of those categories that we talked about that the race director made a detail on and said, hey, make sure your drivers slow down enough into the tram lines. Make sure you're aware of the cone rules. Make sure you're ready to go here as they come through and get their way out. Let's talk about how this starting lineup is going to go here for 206 Heat. It is defending champion James Fox going to be running here in the front of 206 Cadet with Leet Simonelik in P2, Jackson McNeely in third, Diesel Maxwell in fourth, Miles Hell, Kyler Hendrickson, and Luke Sutherland in P7 here. We'll see how they play through. The gaps were close. The fighting is there. We saw qualifying give us a very clear run of things. And, well, I think the most important note here, Patrick, the Mohawk is back. We didn't have it in round one, but Diesel Maxwell busted out the Mohawk. We're back for round two. Let's see where that Mohawk can put itself in the front of the field. So far, everyone playing it tidy and smooth here through the first full lap as they run the fastest kart on track. That white helmet in P3 there of Jackson McNeely, who I believe is in a Coyote kart, if I'm not mistaken, running through in third place as he goes through. We'll see for McNeely what he can do. Here we go. Him and Simonelik going to work together to the inside. James Fox will be to the outside. James Fox has to try to defend. And look at McNeely go for a move down the inside. Now that is a way for a 2-for-1 special coming into the hairpin. Welcome to Cadet Karts, where they make moves happen where you didn't think otherwise. And Diesel Maxwell just right in the back looking to make a move as well where he can. Simonelik holds second right now. McNeely, though, beautiful move up to the front. And James Fox will have to settle right now for third. Diesel Maxwell just waiting in the wings, looking to see where that Mohawk can come and maybe looking to do some crowd surfing to get up to the front. Here's the thing to watch right now. Diesel Maxwell is the fastest car on track of anyone when they crossed the line, was 2/10 faster than the leaders ahead. So for Diesel Maxwell, I mean, the pace is there. But Patrick, what's one of our favorite sayings? It's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. How many times have we said that ad nauseum? And look at this. This is where the slipstream is a big difference. Look at the lift that Fox gave there, going up to the back of Simonelli. Didn't want to get into him. Little bit wide there for McNeely, but McNeely able to capitalize well, trying to carry extra pace. And this is the thing with the cadets. They'll go for carrying that extra pace. They'll make that extra run. They'll do what they can there. But we'll try to look through the inside. Not able to clear a pass here either. Going down the start-finish line they go. And as they cross the line, they're all holding steady. 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. And right now, I still like where Diesel Maxwell's at. If I look at these top 4, Maxwell is sitting in a good position, just sitting behind, and again is consistently faster than the 3 ahead, especially when the slipstream down Daytona comes in. But it's just, where can that pass come in? Where does Maxwell make that opportunity happen here? As Simonelli just needs to, really Maxwell needs everyone else to start battling so he can check out and go ahead. Oh! Watch Diesel. And Diesel Maxwell tried to send a shove down the inside there at the last corner, and again, take advantage of that opportunity as it was given. Wasn't able to get the run out of the final corner, but now you see how quickly things can change in one little battle. One little moment in a corner, one little attempt at a pass can shake everything up. And look at Maxwell with a run down the backstretch here, heading towards Simonelli now. As they stand, Fox, McNeely, Simonelli. Time is done. It'll be 2 laps to go when they cross the line. So let's see here how they play it out with these final 2 laps. Do these gaps close up in the top 4? Does anything else go along? Let's see where it plays out here as everyone tries to set it up. Here we go. Simonelli down the inside on McNeely. Can he make that pass stick? Here we go. Run to the line. The answer is no, but it's close. He has to back out to give room into the first corner. 2 laps to go here, Patrick. Absolutely great battles between all of them through, and that is the third heat of the day out of our 8 heats to go. So coming up next here, it is going to be KA Junior, and that's going to be a fun one to watch here as well as we wait on the karts to reset and the next round of karts to get rolling. They're staged up in the area. The engines are running. We're just waiting on them to get released here. How this plays out for them. Looking at your starting grid again, as a reminder, Andrew Avalos unfortunately did not put in a time. Gigi Sivakumar did not qualify either. Andrew Avalos put in one unrepresentative time and then pulled off track. Your top runs as they go, it's Dragunov, it's Jordan LePen, it's Ed Tamaru, it's Nolan Wade, it's Tyler Nash Turner, and then Andrew Avalos and Gigi Sivakumar if they make the track. I see right there 5th place of Tyler Nash Turner coming through currently as the top 4 are going around to the front stretch. So Tyler Nash Turner needs to close a little bit of gap there. We'll get a look and verify if Avalos and Gigi Sivakumar have indeed made the track, made the run. You see them getting the signal, slow it way down, slow it way down. You're going too fast. Again, remember, KA Junior was one of the categories that the race director's notes specifically pointed out for watching how they ran into the qualifying run, going too fast on. And again, remember, long tram lines here coming along. I do see Nash Turner there, 6th place, well back in the run here. So let's see as we come through. Karts are out. We are green. We are racing here in KA Junior Heat. They come through. They are starting their first lap. They get along here. Let's see how they go down the inside, trying to fight to the outside. We've got plenty of battles, shuffling in positions. This is the thing where the first corner is so close to the start line and such a tight 180 degrees followed by 180 degrees the other way. It creates all sorts of great shuffles for position as we go through the final corner. They hold things along, and as they cross the line, let's see how they play out. As again, you have way back in the run there going through is Nash Turner. That's Dragunov, LePen, Wade, Avalos, and Ed Tamaru. The 5 karts on your screen in order here as they go through Daytona for the first time, Patrick. Nolan Wade off track there through the first sector. Not ideal to see for him as he goes through, and we'll see if he can get back going on track. But for Nolan Wade, that is going to hurt big time. That takes that 5-kart battle in the front to a 4-kart battle, and he was the middle of the sandwich. I'm going to imagine that was some very obvious contact there between Nolan Wade going through. So we'll see how that plays along here as they go back through into the 180 hairpins they go. We'll see how the gaps close up between Dragunov, LePen, Avalos, and Tamaru as they go along here.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate there for Wade, Nolan Wade. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate to see a driver. I mean, he had some really good pace. Just unfortunately had that little bit of contact and just dropped down the order. But it is still going to be a strong battle here between Daniel Dragunov and Jordan LePen. And they're going to go ahead and fight through. They seemingly have built up a gap to the rest of the field as Andrew Avalos is up into P3, just ahead of Ed Tamaru. And now it's going to be, he's going to get a good slipstream here, but not nearly enough to really try to make a gap here. He's going to try to close it in, try to get something to happen here, but still early stages in the heat race. The track will get a bit more rubbered in. And we can already see kind of like the racing line forming there. The little darker spots of tarmac is a little bit of rubber that's been left out through previous karts. As Dragunov is going to increase that gap ever so slightly to LePen in P2. And actually now that gap is about a second between them. So last lap was about half a second quicker in favor of Daniel Dragunov. So we're seeing some really good pace here from Daniel. He's been really on the ball here today, but here we go. This is a beautiful battle. This is going to be for P4 up the inside, and that is Tamaru jumping up into P3. A beautiful fight for the final step on the podium here. Andrew Avalos and Ed Tamaru going to go ahead and fight it out. Tamaru up into P3 now, and that is a very good overtake. He saw the opportunity. He cashed in and seized the moment, jumping him up into P3.
Great run here from everyone as we go along, getting the positions up, down, left, and right as we go through. 3 minutes left to go, plus 2 laps for these drivers as they head along here in these karts. And Dragunov, that 1.5 gap over Jordan LePen, trying to hold onto it here for now and keep the gap well and truly alive here. But those battles are going to continue to kind of ebb and flow. And the thing that you have to remember, this track is getting warm. The sun is blazing out there. It's, 60 degrees. It's the warmest it's been in a hot minute here for these drivers to race. And by a hot minute, I mean it's round 2. 2 weeks ago, it was 30 degrees when they showed up on a Saturday morning. So, I mean, this has got to be blistering heat compared to what these drivers have experienced so far this year, as we are in just mid-April, going through and along here, coming around, and a gap look here as it sits. Those gaps continuing to ebb and flow their way in and out as they go through. 2 minutes left to go, plus 2 laps right now for Daniel Dragunov. The goal is consistency. The key for that green helmet 851 is to just keep going and holding the pace true. Don't make any unnecessary mistakes. You have no pressure behind. You have no pressure ahead. You're just looking to run through. For Jordan LePen, it's find some good times here. Put in some times. You were half a second slower last lap than Daniel Dragunov. You found some time there. He did, but he still lost 0.4 of a second there to Dragunov. So, I mean, ridiculous pace coming up from all of these drivers as they go through. As Nolan Wade now moves up into P4 over Andrew Avalos. Andrew Avalos actually dropping down into 6th. I think Andrew Avalos, unfortunately, his kart has been plagued by some mechanical issues, and I think he's had to pull off track again here in this heat.
Yeah, I mean, it's really unfortunate too, because mechanical issues, it's nothing you can really control, honestly. It just tends to happen at the worst possible times. And it's just heartbreaking because, I mean, Andrew Avalos, it's clear that he's got pace, right? He is definitely probably, I'd even honestly say almost like the 3rd or 4th quickest driver in this category today. But there's only so much you can do when your vehicle just decides to have an issue. So Andrew Avalos now down 2 laps, so I think he might be out of this heat. 50 seconds left to go, plus 2 laps after the timer. So it should be about probably another 4 laps roughly, depending on when Dragunov does cross the line. So once this timer runs out, it'll be an additional 2 laps, and that'll be the rest of the heat. But so far, Daniel Dragunov just, he is dialed in. He is, it's almost like Troy Toney a bit earlier on, where he was just able to find so much time. Still about half a second quicker than Jordan LePen on the last lap, but he just set a new personal best of a 45.614.
Amazing to see these times continue to come along, and still seeing drivers find that extra time as it goes through. The timer has now went down. We'll get the 2 to go signal as they cross the line next time through. So for Dragunov, that is coming up in about 10 or 15 seconds, honestly. So here's the thing to really watch that this has told me. If you let Daniel Dragunov get away, well, if you give a Dragunov a gap, he's going to take advantage and run away. So what I'm watching at this point, and the notes that I would imagine all of these drivers here in KA Junior are taking, is what do you do at this point? How do you defend back from letting Dragunov get a gap built and getting runaway done? It's going to be hard, but you got to do something early on, and really it's going to be all about that race start. That is the other thing that I've learned through the first half of these heat sessions today here, Patrick, is that race start has been all important. If you can't nail the race start, it almost just sets you back for the entire race. So when we get to the finals, which are 12 minutes plus 2 laps, so we double the time, I mean, that becomes one of those where it's all important to have that run. White flag, 1 lap to go. For Dragunov, it's 3/4 of a lap of just consistency is key.
Yeah, he pretty much just doesn't need to do anything silly at this point. He doesn't need to try to go for a high lap. I mean, we know his sectors practically live in purple, as he sets yet another fastest lap there with a blister time of a 45.6 flat. So that is just exceptional pace here. He just needs to bring back the car in one piece. I mean, he's got a 5-second gap to Jordan Le Pen. So very good stuff here. And I'm loving what I'm seeing here from Dragunov as well as the rest of the drivers. But Dragunov has just been on another level here today, as Daniel Dragunov will be first across the line. He takes victory in the KA Junior Heat. Absolutely blistering pace on a blistering hot track here in Whiteland, Indiana. Jordan Le Pen comes on P2, Ed Tamaru P3. And the rest of the results are as follows: Nolan Wade, P4, Tyler Nash Turner in P6, and Andrew Avalos having a mechanical issue that has forced him out of the race in P6.
Half the heat's done, half the heat's to go. Let's take a look here at heat number 5 of the day. This is KA Senior, KA Master combined. Let's take a look here at how it runs. Right now it's going to be order as follows. Dane Van Dyke will be up in the front with Braden Heber in second, Mason Ward in P3, Abram Dean in fourth, Levi Wilbur in fifth, and Danny Cutshaw in sixth place. So here we go. Patrick, Braden Heber, always quick here. Dane Van Dyke is a driver who can be fairly consistent as well, and we know Dane Van Dyke has pace. Let's see how this plays out. Who's your pick for this heat?
Ooh, that's going to be a tough one. Just considering the heat race he ran earlier on, I'm going to actually go ahead and say that the winner of this one is going to be Braden Heber. He's been really quick here, and he's been very electric on some of these overtake attempts. So starting at the outside line isn't exactly optimal, but I think here he can really try to make some ground here as the green flag is going to wave. We are racing here in the KA Senior and Master combined group, and it's going to be Heber actually already under pressure. He's actually going to drop a spot here. So he's going to drop a spot to the number 813 of Mason Ward. So Mason Ward going to go ahead and go for it. Heber's going to try to retake, but it just seems that car is seemingly very loose on the rear end. He's got Abram Dean actually even looking for a move. Wilbur's up to second. Heber's down to third. Ward's down to fourth. So Wilbur making up some really good spots here in the number 406. And Levi Wilbur, very good overtake there. That was the overtake we actually saw in the opening stages of the race. As it is going to be Mason Ward now trying to look for a move. And he's going to get a move So I think I might have accidentally just commented a cursed Braden Heber here in the KA Master Senior Heat.
I'm not going to say that you did, but I'm just going to say that for Braden Heber, dropping several places there early on, not ideal going through, but Levi Wilbur with the send of the century down the inside, showing, hey, the outside line might not work early on, but if you can set things up right, we can have a great run going through here. As Levi Wilbur, Mason Ward, fastest kart on track. That's the third kart in line there. The blue and white kart on your screen going through just ahead of Braden Heber. Again, that highlighter yellow, green, and blue kart going along. Here we go. Look at this run coming through from Mason Ward on the inside of Levi Wilbur. Levi Wilbur will try to defend. No defense to be given, though, because that is a great move from Mason Ward to take advantage of the slipstream through Daytona, get that pass done. And, well, now the challenge for Dane Van Dyke isn't necessarily going to be how do you run. It's going to be how do you defend at this point from a kart that seems so quick, seems to have such a challenge here. Let's find out where this can go here as they come out of the final corner. Top four, not separated by a lot. There are a couple kart links between P1-2 and P3-4 as they go through. Again, Mason Ward still fastest kart on track here, Patrick.
Mason Ward has just been cutting through this field like a hot knife through butter. Beautiful racing here, and it looks like he's about to make it another one. He's about to go to the front here, thinking about a move onto Van Dyke here. Doesn't quite get it onto Dane Van Dyke, but he's really trying to, you can see that the cogs are turning in his head. He wants to try to set this one up because he wants to get this move done sooner rather than later. And I mean, he is definitely the quickest kart on track right now. So Mason Ward going to really try to get a move done on to Dane Van Dyke. And we'll see the gap as they just come to the line. About 0.2 of a second though, so a little bit of a gap, but not much. And we've seen, I think, kind of the same thing we talked about earlier on in the earlier heats, Brad. Just to run through Daytona, if you can get a good run through Daytona, you can even see him kind of doing physical DRS when he just leans forward like that, trying to give his car every ounce of speed, every ounce of an edge that he possibly can. On to Dane Van Dyke here, and he's already pulling away from Levi Wilbur and Braden Heber. Those two had a pretty solid start here, Van Dyke and Ward. So far, and I mean, we have two separate battles here. Braden Heber and Levi Wilbur gonna go in and try to fight it out for position. Mason Ward still very much hot on the heels of Dane Van Dyke here. He's going to go for it, and this is going to be a fun one. The gap is really close now. He's going to send a move up the inside. He's just going to go ahead and lick the stamp and send it. On through he goes. And that is Mason Ward up into the lead of the KA Senior Master Heat. And this is electric stuff here, but Dane Van Dyke not giving up just yet. He's going to continue to do everything that he can. Try to set it up the inside on the final corner. Oh, this is a very successful overtake, but it's very dicey stuff here. Van Dyke and Ward. This is going to be pure cinema, and here I am without my popcorn.
2 minutes, 40 seconds left to go, and no, that's around!
That's Ward around a spin there for a driver who's been so electric. Just a bit too hot on the throttle there, and he drops down into P4. Oh, that was heartbreak, but that just shows a massive testament to how hard these drivers are pushing.
Was that a commentator's curse? Are we calling that a commentator's curse today?
We've been pretty good about avoiding them here, Brad, until we got to this KA Senior Master race.
Well, let's see if the challenge can come back through for Ward going through, showing it'll be P4 for Ward coming through. Wilbur Heber will hold second, third, and Ward, where's the gap? It's about 3.5 seconds. It's not impossible to make up. I think it's hard to make up in 2 minutes plus 2 laps, but now it's the redemption arc of Ward. This is where things are going to get interesting, and let's see, because this just gave Van Dyke no problem ahead, no problem behind. Watch that gap between Wilbur and Heber. How will that gap close? How will that gap with Wilbur Heber to Van Dyke close, I should say? And what's going to happen with them as they go along? I think these top three are going to be very, very exciting in the next couple of minutes of time here for this heat. And again, remember, they have the final coming up at around 4 p.m. today. Their final is actually, yeah, 4:09 p.m. Look at me, good with time. But they run that final at 4 p.m. and it's double the length of this race. It's 12 minutes plus 2 laps. Well, it's almost double. Double of 6 is 12, not double of 7. Anyways, that's irrelevant. I never claimed to be good at math. That's why I'm in the booth. Yeah, this will be interesting to watch and see. And look at this. Ward is already closed up on the back of Heber and Wilbur here, Patrick. 45 seconds left to go, plus 2 laps. We might still see Ward recover to P2.
That is very much well within the realm of possibility. He started third in this heat race, and he pretty much, in a very short order, shot up to even start fighting for the lead, and even had the lead for a short time. So he's got the pace here. But you know who else has got the pace? Braden Heber. He's going to go ahead and just dial it into the back of Levi Wilbur as they come through. It'll be 2 laps to go once they cross the line. That timer will run out. Once it's 0, it'll be 2 extra laps before the end of the heat. We can already see that there is a bit of a loose rear end on Levi Wilbur's car. So, I mean, stability is going to be so crucial here as they are fighting. Mason Ward has dropped back a little bit here. He's going to try it, but it is going to be a beautiful fight. The signal for 2 laps to go has been shown to our drivers. And it is Dan Van Dyke, Levi Wilbur, Braden Heber, Mason Ward, Abram Dean, and Danny Cutshaw to signify the final 2 laps of the race. So Cutshaw is a good ways back, but the driver who's not a far way back here is going to be Braden Heber. Think about the inside. And it seems like that 406 is a little jumpy. So it looks like if Heber can keep it facing in the right direction, he might be able. He's not going to wait for the final lap. He's just going to send it here, but he uses a bit of the curb. He'll get some extra speed, and isn't going to be 2 positions lost here for Levi Wilbur. He'll lose 1 immediately as the white flag comes out. He will lose 1 to Braden Heber, but we can see Mason Ward, though, trying to do everything that he can to try to get these positions here on the last lap.
Last lap around here. Let's see how this plays through for Wilbur Ward as they go along here, heading down into the hairpin side by side. A big slide there. Now that is how you do some blocking coming around there, as Ward's going to go to the outside, Wilbur to the inside. Heber says adios. These 2 are battling it out for P3, and meanwhile they go along here. Van Dyke has a couple seconds to them, but these top 2, they are not done at all. Ward doing everything in his power to try to get this pass done. Wilbur was an absolute defensive slide, but Van Dyke will bring it across the line for the KA Senior Master Heat. Heber, Wilbur, Ward, the gap between Wilbur and Ward, 6/1000ths of a second separating P3 and P4 as they had a drag race to the line. Abram Dean in 5th place there in the mix, and then Danny Cutshaw, our only KA Master entry, 29 seconds back from the 5 battling up in the front. That is a wild way to finish out a heat session there for KA Senior. Great runs from them. And again, shout out Danny Cutshaw for the only KA Master. 3 more heats coming up after this. Micro Minis up next here. Don't go anywhere. We will be back momentarily here at Kart Chaser with the next heat session. Welcome back, everybody, here to Kart Chaser, where next up, 3 more sessions to go. It's Micro Mini rolling out right now. And let's take a look at how this starting lineup will go. It's Leet Simonellic with Kason Hendrickson, James Fox in P3, Diesel Maxwell, and Miles Hill, the 5 karts running out here today. Patrick, I got to ask you the $1 million question. Who are you rooting for in this category?
Ooh. Now, you see, you're putting me in a bad spot here, Brad, because I'm rooting for all these drivers to have a good time, want them to have fun, but there can only be one victor. And, I mean, we saw how quick Leah Simonellic can be around this circuit. I mean, James Fox had some really good runs earlier on. But of course, you know, probably one of the fan favorites here is the Mohawk Warrior of Diesel Maxwell. So this should be a really, really good battle as we see them line up here and get ready to take the start here as the drivers all bunch up here into the tram lines we go. And it is going to be checker flag or green flag, and away we go here for the micro mini heat. And we're already seeing almost 3 wide battles here. We're seeing a lot of positions big traded here. This is a beautiful battle to watch as positions are being traded. I think Simonellic actually did drop down quite a few positions. I think he's down now into P3. James Fox up into P2, and I think Hendrickson did just take the lead. So this is beautiful, beautiful racing that we're seeing here. And it's only the opening lap.
This is going to be one of those that you buckle in for 7 minutes plus 2 laps of action, and they're not going to give up at all. Again, if you remember to just a few sessions earlier, 206 Cadet, this is a lot of the same names we just watched. You know how this is going to go. The only difference is the cart underneath, and sometimes that provides a little bit more breathing room here. As Hendrickson, Fox, Simonellic, top 3 continue their way along into the hairpins. Going through, we see the dive inside, outside, left, right, and everyone just holding momentum here early. Hendrickson really looking well under this cart here in the mini category. There are no micro categories running with us today, so all 5 of these carts are mini here. So we'll see how they play along here as they go through. This is going to be one of those moments that you kind of watch and you say, okay, so all of these carts are on even playing ground, compared to last round where we had Bo Laser in the micro who mixed things up with minis and was kind of mixed up in the middle, caused some interesting moments. All of these karts are the same playing field, same restrictions to weight and class and age. So it'll be interesting to really see how they play along here as they go through. But top 3 staying very close. Patrick, I'm watching Simonellic. I feel like Simonellic might go for Fox here soon.
Yeah, we know Simonellic can really make some very strong moves here, Brad. I mean, we saw it in the 206 Cadets a bit earlier on. So we know that Simonellic can really make moves happen, but so can James Fox. James Fox has been really, really punchy as well. So their target now is just to try to catch up to the race leader of Kason Hendrickson. And this is going to be a fun run. We do see Simonellic, though, closing in the gap to James Fox here. And this could be a potential overtake. No, they're going to go and wait a bit longer. No need to rush it, but, oh, well, or he's just going to wait for a better moment. But I think there's a bit of contact there between James Fox and Leah Simonellic. And this is going to be a very fierce rivalry just throughout the day, even with these two. Just absolutely almost matching each other step for step on the race line. And while they're battling, Hendrickson is just running away with this as James Fox and Leah Simonellic continue to do battle here. The front 3 have built up a bit of a gap to Diesel Maxwell and Miles Hale. But so far, this fight in the top 3 has not simmered down even by a degree.
This is an interesting one to really watch and kind of see how it plays along as these drivers go through here. Hendrickson being very smooth there. That's the big thing that's sticking out to me for Kason Hendrickson is just the smooth consistency here in the cart that is going along. I think that is really what has caught my eye so far as they go here heading their way through. So this is going to be where I kind of wonder for him is he just holds that smooth line through. What can Fox and Simonellic do to catch up? They've closed the gap down pretty considerably. Let's watch here and see how this goes through Daytona, because that's really where I think my concern would be on the exit of Daytona. And yep, there's the pace difference. Fox down the inside. Great run out of Daytona. Gets the pass, the look over the shoulder from Hendrickson. Trying to see if there's a challenge from Simonelli. There's not. And here we go as they head along through. Now that gap closes yet again for all three of them. Defensive driving here from Hendrickson now has to be the key, because Simonelli is right on the back here, as that's a catch going through from Simonelli. I thought that Kart was going to go around, but able to catch up very well there as they go through down into the front stretch, and Fox will be your leader over Hendrickson.
Turning his mini car into a bit of a cross guard there as he just takes a huge chunk of that curb on the outside, getting airborne. I'm pretty sure I saw all four tires leave the ground there. So good catch indeed from Hendrickson, but now that's going to put him right in the crossfire of Simonelli. He's going to close in the gap. He's going to try to maybe look for the move, but just doesn't quite have the space. Hendrickson remains. And look at this. Hendrickson thinking about maybe trying to take a move around the outside. Looking one way, looking another, trying to find any semblance of a gap that he can send it on through. But in the end, the defense has just been unpenetrable from James Fox. They're going to come to across the line now. 1:43 plus 2 laps to go in the race, and this is going to be such a fierce battle as they fight their way through coming into Daytona. Good exit speed there from Liat Simonelli, and he's got the run. He could very well go for the move, but look at this. We do see Fox trying to stick on the inside. They're all going to tuck back, single file line. And it is still going to be James Fox in the lead. But look at this, Simonelli trying to move up the inside on to Hendrickson. And this is what we love to see here in Indy. Just pure fun, good battles, just in every single category that we've run here tonight.
It's been such a great day of racing so far, and it's not done yet. 52 seconds plus 2 laps to go. I would say this is 3 laps to go, possibly 4 laps to go. We'll double check here as they come along, because the lap times are sitting at about 48 seconds. So could be a bonus lap. Look at Simonelli down the inside, making a move here, going for a run there on Fox and Hendrickson. Let's see, Simonelli able to clear up into second place. Hendrickson will drop down into third. Fox now under pressure for the lead as Simonelli sets up very well there. Has timed it great and held on to some patience here going through and along as we come along the final corner here. No dive up the inside there from Simonelli. We'll hold on to it at the minute as we come through and cross the line. Bonus lap is given. They cross the line with 5 seconds on the clock. So it's this lap plus 2 more. Call it 3 to go this time along, as Simonelli will hold on to second. Hendrickson in third here, but James Fox will be under some pressure here. Crossing out of Daytona, dive to the inside. Here we go. Let's see, can it clear? They get side by side, look over beside each other, and who can do what? Simonelli goes a little bit deep on the brakes, takes a bit of a shot to the rear bumper, but that is going to let Fox drop to second. Simonelli will take the lead here, coming across around in the third sector through. And it does look like right now Simonelli will hold on. We'll get the 2 to go signal next time by here, Patrick. How can this play along? How do these 3 battle?
Well, they're going to battle very fiercely here, Brad, as it is 2 to go on the race. Beautiful move there from Liat Simonelli, and he is going to move up into P1, but I don't think it's said and done by any stretch of the imagination. 2 laps to go here in the micro mini heat, and this is going to be a beautiful run down the line, and he's going to go and try to close the gap. Looks one way, looks another, but Simonelli positions his kart beautifully to not allow James Fox even a sliver of a chance to fly on through. And this is going to be a really tough battle between these drivers as they continue on. It'll be final lap once they cross the line here. Simonelli does still lead from Fox and Hendrickson. The white flag's out, 1 to go. And it looks like actually Hendrickson might have fallen off a little bit there, because Fox was really close to Simonelli, and now Hendrickson has just dropped back a little bit. So must have had a bad exit on one of these corners. They make the run through Daytona for the final time of the heat. And Fox is going to close in the gap. Close it. Just not quite enough He might try to ascend onto one of these final corners. We know that the drag race to the line it even shook up the order of the first heat of the day. So it can definitely shake up this heat as well. You got about 2 more corners left to go on the circuit. Fox is going to try to chase Simonellic to the line. But in the end, Liet Simonellic is going to win the heat race here in the Micro Mini Series. And it is going to be Hendrickson in P3. And then it'll be Diesel Maxwell ahead of Miles Hale to the line. And that is your results here. Liet Simonellic ahead of James Fox, Kason Hendrickson, Diesel Maxwell, and Miles Hale, the top 5 in your Mini Swift and Micro Swift heat on the day.
Such a great run from that category as they go through. Great racing from that top 3 all the way along here. Hard to believe that we're almost to the lunch break here. And of course, if you're at the track, don't forget the lunch break. What else does that mean? It means kid karts. We don't cover them here on Kart Chaser, but if you're on track, make sure you show some love and some support to the kid karts as they go through. They will start running at about 1:27 p.m. They will go through. The kid karts will report in for a track walk, and then they have 10 minutes of practice and 2 8-minute races that they start at 1:37 p.m. So again, if you're here at the K1 circuit here in Whiteland, Indiana, make sure you show kid karts some love as they go through. Next up here, our penultimate heat of the day. It's 206 Senior prepping to run. And well, this is going to be one where I think we're going to see a lot of fun come out of the go. So let's take a look here at how they're going to start, Patrick.
We're going to go ahead and take a look at the starting grid as the drivers are about to be let out onto the circuit, as the 206 Seniors are going to go ahead and get ready to run on through. It is the largest class on the day here. 17 drivers will take to the line. We'll go ahead and get started with our top 10. Braden Heber ahead of Colton Kelly. Those two had a tough run to the line in qualifying, followed by Zachary Allen, Adam Maxwell, Jack Feber, Raider Santos, Andrew Goldman, Nico Santos, Michael Hamaker, and Gavin Haltom.
That'll be your top 10 as they sit here as we get this outlap going along, taking a look at how the drivers go through. Has it gotten cloudier here? Is that windier, cloudier, or am I imagining something here as we go through? As you see one kart going a little bit slower, trying to get back in the line. No, surely we're not looking at any weather today, right? See some dirt in the background there being blown around from the wind from the field. This will be an interesting one to watch and see how it plays through as we go along and head up. But again, it is Heber over Kelly leading. Adam Maxwell is going to be one that I'll be watching here, Patrick. Who are you putting your money on? And we come through, green flag is flying. We are going here as we get along. Heber there in the front going through. Kelly, Allen, Maxwell, Feber, how they started. Let's see if that's how they stay. Well, I can tell you right now, it's already shaken up quite a bit here in the front of the field as some drivers have shaken up, down, left, right, center here going through as they go along here as we get the run underway here with Heber up in the front, holding on right now with Allen. Zachary Allen able to jump up into second place. Colton Kelly there into third. That inside line really does have a big advantage. And look at that battle there in the battle for P3 going along between Kelly, Feber, and Maxwell as they shuffle along positions going through. Everyone trying to find their place to stay through this final sector of the track. Heading to the start-finish line they go. And, well, looks like right now everyone just kind of playing their P's and Q's, trying to be a little tidy with things and trying to just hold on along as they go. And we'll see here as they go along, taking a run through. Again, up front, it's Heber over Allen with Fever, Maxwell, Kelly, your top 5. That 3rd through 5th split looking really good right now at the moment as well as they go. We'll take a look at where things land here. And I'll tell you what, Patrick, early on, Heber seeming to have a better run here today than he had earlier. So we'll see for Braden Heber here in 206 Senior if he can have a better run today than he had a bit earlier.
Yeah, he's having a really good run now. Colton Kelly really is not. He started in 2nd, dropped down to 5th. But now it is going to be, and it's going to be interesting because this is the most karts we've had on track in any of the heats here. We got 15 karts on the track. Actually, correction, 16 karts on track here. And the front 2 are extremely close to each other. Braden Heber and Zachary Allen extremely close to each other now. We'll see maybe, is there going to be a move? Not quite. Still very early stages on. About 4.5 minutes to go plus 2 laps. So still a good amount of room to
This is a fun one to watch here as it goes along, heading through the front stretch here. Heber over Allen with Jack Fever, Maxwell, Kelly, Santos, Goldman, Levi Wilbur, your top 8 as they go along here. I think the big thing that stands out for me on 206 Senior versus some of our other categories is patience plays a virtue. I'm not sure exactly why they tend to find so much patience in this category, but they certainly do as they go along and head their way through. So we'll just keep a look here and see how that goes as well. I say patience, and then we see Feber, Maxwell, Kelly really battling things out here in the P3 through 5 place as they go along and continue their battle forward here into a 16 3 minutes plus 2 laps remaining. Great dive down the inside there in the battle for 3rd place, 4th place going through. And well, as they cross the line, it is Heber over Allen with Maxwell and Kelly now leading Jack Fever. How your top 5 shape up?
Yeah, this is a very fun battle to watch. I mean, these guys are giving it everything they got here. And yeah, like you said, Brad, patience is a virtue, but I think that Zachary Allen has run out of patience. He's already getting the bump draft coming down into the corner, but he won't make the move, so he is going to go ahead and keep that patience in check for now. He knows that there's still a good amount of racing left to go in this heat, and he's going to try to do everything that he possibly can. He's going to look one way, look another, but he's just going to go ahead and just stay within the slipstream so they can continue to build that gap on to P3 and P4 of Adam Maxwell and Colton Kelly. Colton Kelly didn't make up a position back, as now the battle for P1 and P2 is just under 0.2 of a second as they come across the line. And Colton Kelly almost looks for a move on to Adam Maxwell for P3. That final step on the podium. But it looks like Braden Heber is just getting a bit of a better run coming through the Daytona curve. And we can see now it is a battle for P3 as Adam Maxwell and Colton Kelly try to look for anything that they got here. Any form of a gap is going to be taken. But right now they're just going to go ahead and just tuck on in. About a minute and a half left to go, plus 2 laps after the timer. So this should be a very, very good spectacle. Side by side for the lead of the race. Braden Heber and Allen going to go side by side. But Zachary Allen he backs out of it for now. Decides not to go for the move onto Braden Heber. Zachary Allen, though, he's definitely making Braden Heber aware of his presence and trying everything that he can to maybe try to force Braden Heber into a mistake. But so far, Braden Heber, he's definitely dialed in as Colton Kelly in that blue helmet is going to try to make a move on to Adam Maxwell for P3. Good battles up and down the field here, Brad. It's kind of hard to see where you can keep your eyes at.
Now, honestly, great battles all the way through. And this is one of the fun things with karting is that, you know, just because you're not up in the front doesn't mean you don't battle. You still have great battles that happen all through this field as it goes along. You see drivers really showing their racecraft as they come along here, especially Zachary Allen going for moves and knowing the move won't stick, so deciding to back through and go out as yellow flag is flying here out into Daytona. That is one kart off to the side who has dropped down the order there pretty considerably. We'll get a number on that kart in a second, because up front, side by side, Heber and Allen again. Allen down to the inside. Zachary Allen trying to make it stick, runs Heber wide. Heber says, okay, we'll do this. And now it's the swap for the run with 2 laps to go, and that is Colton King, who is off there at the hairpin of what I know as turn 11 that leads to Daytona. Or if you run this track the other way around, it's the exit of Daytona into turn 11. But it's not turn 11 today. It's like turn 4. So we'll see here. 2 to go is the signal here. And it is Zachary Allen leading Braden Heber as they only have about 0.8 of a second behind a Maxwell and Colton Kelly. So the top 4 all very close together here going through as they head along into Daytona. We'll see what these top 2 do, because if Heber starts battling now with Allen, it sets up this big problem where, again, they invite Maxwell and Kelly to close in, who are closing in, who are close, who are going through as we are on that 2 to go signal here, coming through, everyone holding on, that gap still closing. And, well, this is going to be an interesting one to see how it runs to the line here, because I'll tell you right now, I already know that Heber is not going to let Allen get away with a win here. He would love to win here in 206 junior, or 206 senior as they go along. White flag out, 1 lap to go here this time through. Patrick, I tell you what, this is going to be a close one between anyone in the top 4.
Oh, yeah, and the top 4 are really just going to start bunching together now, packed in like a pack of Oreos, just all condensed here as they make the run through Daytona. And this is going to be a fun one. We could probably see Braden Heber consider a move coming down here. He's got the slipstream, but once again, he just wasn't able to generate enough speed to really look for the move. But we have seen plenty of moves in these corners. And actually, it looks like Adam Maxwell was thinking about trying to get a move on the Braden Heber there. Zachary Allen doing everything that he can to hold on to these positions. He's doing a very good job at it. He's only going to go ahead and just make it through. He's got only a handful of corners left to go, and it is going to be Zachary Allen in the lead as they come to the line. And Zachary Allen wins the 206 senior heat. And it is going to be a last-minute change for the final spot on the podium. Braden Heber ahead of Colton Kelly, Adam Maxwell, Levi Wilbur, Jack Feber, Andrew Goldman, Nico Santos, Tonka Jahari, Gavin Holtum, and then it is going to be Mike Hamaker, and then Alex Cooper, Chad King, Colton King, and Jared Spencel at the moment. So, once again, there are your unofficial results so far. And it is Zachary Allen, Braden Heber, Colton Kelly, Adam Maxwell, Levi Wilbur, Jack Feber, Andrew Goldman, Nico Santos, Tonka Jahari, and Gavin Holtum rounding out the top 10.
one more heat to finish the day. Then we can go get some lunch and we can get ready for the finals this evening. If you don't remember, well, finals kick off at about 2:55 p.m. Eastern time here. So it'll be just the same running order we had for the heats. The only difference is it's 12 minutes and 2 laps instead of 7 minutes and 2 laps. And that starts at 2:57 p.m. Eastern time here from Whiteland, Indiana, here at the K1 Indy Circuit. 206 Supermasters getting ready to roll. Let's talk about the starting order as they run here for Supermasters. It's William McLaughlin, it's Joseph Stevens, and then in third place it is going to be Mike Bacher. P4, it'll be Tom Stevens. Wesley Bullock in fifth. Steve Pratchell did not put in a time in qualifying, so we'll see where that goes along if he is out on track, as I see 6 karts out on track. So I do believe that Steve is going to be starting with us here today in 6th place. And Patrick, taking a look at this one, this is going to be a good one. McLaughlin 9/10 of a second faster than Joseph Stevens in qualifying. I'd be surprised if he doesn't try to hold that pace on. He was nearly a mile an hour faster in average speed over Joseph Stevens.
Yeah, and that's going to pay dividends in this race. I mean, even because I believe that was even the biggest qualifying margin of the day here at Whitefield, Indiana. So very good stuff there from William McLaughlin, and he is going to try to kind of hold that gap. But he does have Joseph Stevens pretty much right next to him when they go through the starting lap. So this is going to be a very interesting one. But we do know that the inside line is the dominant line here. So this could be a really good run. And we will see if William can hold on. We know he's got the pace over 1 lap, but can he keep that pace up lap after lap after lap as they go double file lines here coming down to the start line? And the green flag will be waved, and away we go here for the final heat race of the day. And it's already a strong battle here. Joseph Stevens and William McLaughlin trying to fight it out here, but there's been a contact there in the opening stages, and that's going to shake up the order, won't it?
Absolutely. That's what I've been worried about seeing with that left-hand 180. And honestly, we haven't seen it until now, where drivers are trying to kind of cut that left hand a bit shallow on the run through. They're trying to, I don't want to call it late apexing, but they're trying to like almost diamond apexing. And well, you saw there for Tom Stevens getting into contact with Mike Bacher going through, and Wesley Bullock and Steve Pratchell. That kind of caused a bit of a moment there early. So now Joseph Stevens and William McLaughlin, I mean, they're there P1, P2. You got a bit of a gap to third. We'll see how that plays out there for them as they go. As you can see, McLaughlin already right to it, tucking the helmet, finding the slipstream. Joseph Stevens doing the same here early on, trying to take advantage of the slipstream down the back straightaway. And we'll see how this plays out here as we're 60 seconds into this race, Patrick. Still 6 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
And yeah, this is going to be a strong race here. We'll see if our pole sitter can continue that pace that he had in qualifying. It looks like he's got a pretty decent run, all things considered. But like you said, we're still only in the opening 60 seconds, now opening 2 minutes of the heat here. So this is going to be a very, very, very tough race for these drivers as they make their way through to Daytona. Very good exit there. You can see him, just like you mentioned, tucking the helmet, activating the human DRS. And oh, we have a car that's got an issue. Pulling off there, that's the number 50 of Joseph Stevens having an issue, and he's out of the kart. So his heat race is done with, I think it's a pedal issue.
He's had a mechanical failure is what's happened there, and it looks like that is a throttle cable failure, just based on my half-educated guess of what he's looking at there. So there is the big challenge for McLaughlin, and Joseph Stevens, fastest car on track, now unfortunately is out of the Supermasters heat and will be starting the final at the rear as we move through. Tom Stevens moves up there, and behind Tom Stevens again is Mike Bacher in third place there. We'll see how Tom and Mike battle it out as Bullock and Crackle, they come through 4th and 5th together as well, going through. Heartbreak on the day for Supermasters here as Joseph Stevens is off the track. He is done. You see he's pulled his cart out of the way there and is continuing to look at it. But unfortunately for him, even if he gets back out there, he's multiple laps down now. That's the heartbreak of karting. And you know, Patrick, you and me deal a lot in sim racing world where mechanical failures aren't really that much of a thing, but this is the world of racing. Sometimes you can have the fastest kart on track, and it's just unfortunate that, well, things end up like that.
Yeah, and I mean, it's probably my least favorite thing in terms of real-life motorsports, just considering that mechanical failures, they are no respecter of persons. You could be William McLaughlin, who is currently just checked out and leading this race by a very considerable margin, but you can have a mechanical failure that just pretty much ends your entire race and just sends you pretty much straight to the back. So it is unfortunate. It does tend to happen. It's a real bummer, and I know he's probably hating it, just like, well, I knew I had the pace, but unfortunately my kart decided that it just needed a bit of a breather. But hopefully we'll see him back for the final. He'll have some time to fix it. If it's a throttle cable, I mean, there's worse mechanical failures to have. You could have an entire engine just blow out, and that one's a much harder thing to really fix. So hopefully we will see Joseph Stevens back in the final. But in the meantime, we have Tom Stevens. He is going to try to battle out to try to keep a hold of that P2 position, just ahead of Mike Brocker.
We'll see here how this plays out. The good news is for Joseph Stevens that he doesn't have to have that kart back together till 5 p.m. They don't run for finals here for Supermasters till 5:03 p.m. So for him, he's in a great position right now to be able to hold on and hang out and get that kart back together. Again, as long as it's nothing too severe that he can go through. And even if it is something severe, you never know. He might be able to source something really quick here at K1. Going through 2 minutes to go right now. Tom Stevens and Mike Bacher, second and third, holding on with each other here as they go along, keeping a good pace there with each other. Mike looking very, very quick so far and putting on a good challenge. You can see the difference on the entrance to exit of Daytona. You can see there, Mike entered a lot higher on the tri-oval into Daytona than Tom did. Tom entered lower and kind of apexed out later into that tri-oval. It's an interesting difference of approach there, but you see it kind of nets. It doesn't seem to net anyone a gain over the other. It really seemed like more of a net zero at that point for them as they go along and they continue to keep the pressure applied for P2 there between the two of them. Right now, gap as it sits from William McLaughlin with 60 seconds plus 2 laps to go. It is a smooth 6.1 seconds. McLaughlin has lifted off the gas a little bit here as it sits. So he is last lap 53.449, and his best lap is a 52 flat. So I don't think a second and a half is anything really out of the realm of surprise for McLaughlin to just sort of be patient here, Patrick.
Yeah, he doesn't really need to do anything really risky, so he just needs to just kind of keep the car facing in the right direction and just pretty much just kind of coast home. He's probably already thinking of what he's going to have for lunch here. I know he was probably thinking about it earlier during the quality session, but here we go. Here's a fight here between, it's going to be a beautiful battle here between Tom Stevens and Mike Brocker for P2 and P3. Trying to fight for the best of the rest here. And this is going to be a beautiful run. We see Brocker trying to think about a move, or Bacher, sorry, for a move around the outside, trying to find any semblance of a gap here to look for. He's got the side, he's going side by side now. As we do see, it's another battle a bit further back, as this is going to be Steve Pratchell getting a move done on to Wesley Bullock here for P4. Very nicely done there as they come across the line. 2 laps to go once William McLaughlin crosses the start line here in the final heat of the day, the 206 Supermaster Heat. And 2 to go here as we are wrapping up here, but it's still 2 laps to go, and anything can happen in those final 2 laps, Brad.
He got 7 seconds for William McLaughlin, but as we said, he lifted off the gas for a lap there. Now he's heard me say something about it and went right back into the pace. 52.2 last lap. 52.9s for Stevens and Mike Bacher as they go along. Second and third here, you see the gap separating them as they go through, keeping that battle well and truly alive here for second place as they go. Crackle and Bullock, fourth and fifth, they're battling it out as well here a bit further back. But as we come through, it's 1 lap to go for McLaughlin, and this is what William McLaughlin tends to do. This is what we saw William McLaughlin do in the 206 Supermasters in round 1. I mean, he absolutely ran away with it through, and McLaughlin consistent in pace, won by over a second in the heat in round 1. Here in round 2, he said, you know what, a second isn't good enough for me, I'm taking off with it. He is going through, running along, and I mean, really, this sets the goal for the final. It's going to be a matter of who stops McLaughlin. How do you stop McLaughlin? You're going to have to get past him early on, and then you're going to have to do the harder thing, which is keep him behind here as he goes through the final sector. I mean, he's been smooth and consistent here. Stevens and Mike Bacher now second and third. You can see the gaps between them as it goes. 8.1 seconds is the gap between them, and then between Stevens and Bacher, the gap is about half a second, I would guesstimate, as they sit right now. But coming across the line here for William McLaughlin, it's been a great run here in 7 minutes plus 2 laps, and he is going to take the checkered flag here to come across. No, indeed, he takes the checkered flag here to get the win in 206 Supermaster Heat. Coming across second, Tom Stevens, and then it is going to be Mike Bacher in third place. I promise that is not Mike Bacher's name in a bunch of numbers, but that is Mike Bacher there in P3. Pratchell in fourth, Wesley Bullock, and Joseph Stevens. The heartbreak here of the day, I have to say, has tons of pace in that cart. It'll be a challenge for Joseph Stevens to get back up to challenge for the lead in the final run.
Yeah, it's going to be tough business, but if anybody can do it, Joseph Stevens certainly can. We know he's got pace in a number 50 cart, so it's just going to be a matter of just trying to lock it in and pretty much just turn all the focus to getting that cart ready and just focusing on for the final race up at 5 p.m.
And again, Kid Karts, if you're at the track, Kid Karts start in approximately, well, they started here in a couple minutes. I was going to say about 2 minutes ago, but no, we just finished this heat. So they'll be starting here momentarily. So if you're at the track and you want to show some love to the Kid Karts, be sure to come check them out and show them love. Otherwise, it's lunchtime, ladies and gentlemen. And well, for lunch, I'm going to go and I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to have for lunch. I don't have a good answer for that, but I think this is going to be an exciting final run here. This is round number 2 of the K1 Circuit Whiteland Championship here, the Indy Karting Challenge. Patrick, this has been a lot of fun, man, but I think it's time we step aside for lunch here. When we come back, we'll be about 2:50 p.m., we'll call it, give or take a couple of minutes. We'll put the Perico countdown on the screen here to tell you when we come back, but when we come back, it's the same order we've been running all day. 206 Junior, Masters, Cadets, KA Junior, KA Senior, Micro Mini, 206 Senior, 206 Supermasters. They'll get 12 minutes plus 2 laps of action when we come back here in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. More racing coming at you.
really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, do you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm gonna give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now, this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on league night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Welcome to the future.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back here to Kart Chaser, where we are live here at the K1 circuit in Whiteland, Indiana for the Indy Karting Challenge, round number 2. And it's time for the main event. It's time for the features. It's time for the finals. It's time to see how this plays out. It's going to be myself, Brad Dalton, joined in the booth by Patrick Coleman, who's been my voice, my right-hand man for a lot longer than just today, but today is, of course, his Kart Chaser debut. Patrick, man, it's been a good morning so far. We've had some great action so far. What's been your favorite moment, and how do you think these finals are going to go?
Ooh, trying to pick my favorite moment is going to be a pretty hard task because there's been so many excellent moments throughout the day. I mean, just seeing how spicy those 206 juniors got during the qualifier, that was definitely a lot of fun to watch. Probably just the battles that we've just been seeing all day long have probably been just my favorite part of the day. But we have a lot more of that coming up because now the heats are done. But just because the heats are done doesn't mean the heat has simmered at all. We're going to crank up that thermostat. The heat is going to pick up. And we got some really incredible finals just up ahead.
Absolutely. Let's talk about how this run is going to start here. You see your Perico countdown to green there on the top right-hand side. We're about 90 seconds away from the first final going live. It'll be 206 juniors running things off to start. Of course, that's been Dragunov, Sivakumar, Dunn, and Nash Turner have kind of the big names there. 206 Masters will follow that up with Troy Toney, who had a 3.5-second win over J. Brian Williams with a 7.6-second gap from there to Tyler DeMann. 206 Cadets, well, you can pick just about whoever you want there. Fox, McNeely, Simonelik, Maxwell, those four battled it out hard all the way through. And then KA Jr. With Dragunov, Lepin, Tamaru, Wade, Nash Turner, they've been ones to watch. KA Senior's been Van Dyke, Heber, Wilbur, Ward. KA Master, of course, Danny Cutshaw has been here, and we combined Masters with Senior. Then no micro entries, only minis, which has been Simonelik, Fox, Hendrickson battling it out with Maxwell in the mix as well. 206 Senior, Heber, Kelly, Allen, Maxwell, Wilbur, they've been battling. And then Super Masters, of course, we had the heartbreak that was Jay Stevens going out early with a mechanical failure that we believe was a throttle cable. I did not get confirmation on what that was before, but we know there was something that took him out there. He was looking a lot at the back of the motor, the back there messing with the throttle cable, so we do believe that was a throttle pedal out. 12 minutes plus 2 laps is the final here as it goes. Again, if you're joining us live on circuit here, we want to thank you for being here today. And of course, the kids' carts just finished up on their run. Gates go out. Let's roll this first final of the day. 206 Junior will get out on track, and let's give you the starting lineup as it stands up in the front row. It is going to be coming along with a great battle here after the 206 Junior Heat. Jiju Sivakumar and Daniel Dragunov will be rounding out your front row. Tyler Nash Turner will find third with Parker Dunn going along as well. From there we go Maximus Seward and then Nolan Wade. From there we're going to go Maxon Cleve and Eli Marsh, and then Jack Russell will be rounding out the field. And to note, pole lines up on the right-hand side. So the pole position gets that inside line into the start here, Patrick. That is all important because we've seen what turn one can do.
Yeah, that inner lane has always been a really strong one here today. It gives you such a nice setup going into the first corner. And I mean, we've even seen some positions. We've seen people come in from, say, about P5, jump up straight into the podium spots just because of how strong that inside line is coming up on the end of the formation lap. The carts are going to go ahead and get bunched up, and we're going to go ahead and get ready for some green flag racing here. It is the first of many here tonight. The green flag is going to wave, and the first final is underway as Daniel Dragunov is going to go ahead and try to hold that position up. Lots of drivers trying to jockey for position, going too wide, coming through the opening few corners of the circuit. We're seeing some beautiful side-by-side battling here. The drivers do seem to get it all sorted, but it is the opening stages of the first of 6 finals that we have here today. The 206 juniors are absolutely just lighting up this K1 Whiteland circuit as Cleveland Marsh do trade positions. So a few positions being traded on in the opening stages, and the top 5 looking very well close together, as we do see just a little further back, Maxon Klebe tries to get one onto Jack Russell. And here we go, side by side, coming into turn 1. Is this going to be a pass for the lead? The answer is, I believe that was yes. I believe Parker Dunn did just get one up on the inside of Dragunov. So that is already a position gain, a crucial position gain here in the opening stages of the 206 junior final here, Brad.
Watch out for Siva Kumar there in P3. I think Siva Kumar is going to be good and calm so far. Russell, Klebe, Marsh, the back 3, they are battling it out pretty quick right now, but they need to start working together. 10.5 minutes here. There's plenty of time for anyone up front to pull a gap here. This is our top 6 sit together here. Watch this run into Daytona. Dunn, Dragunov, Siva Kumar, your top 3 as they go. You can see already Wade looking to go up the inside of Daytona on Nash Turner, and up front, here we go, 2-for-1 special. Let's see how this goes. Dunn looks over the shoulder, says, where can I slot in? That gives Dragunov the lead. That gives Siva Kumar second, and then you have Wade, Seward, and Nash Turner all battling it out as well as they go through, everyone trying to find a settlement for position. And then this is where things get a little bit different as we run through the right, and then the double left-handers here as they go along here, the wide sweeping turns into a 90-degree right that'll bring us back down onto the front stretch of the lap here. Coming along, let's see how this lines up. We know it's Dragunov ahead of Siva Kumar as it goes through. Siva Kumar has that split helmet, and then Dragunov, of course, has the single-color helmet. Dunn in 3rd, Wade to 4th, Nash Turner down to 5th, and Seward there will settle into 6th. Let's see if that continues to be the case here. 2x2x2 as they exit out of Daytona here.
And we might be seeing another positional change here for the lead. Not quite going to get it this time, as Dragunov does hold off from Siva Kumar. These guys are battling it out in the heat stages earlier on, as Parker Dunn is going to go ahead and just stay with him. He's not going to let him get out of his line of sight, because he knows as soon as they do, or as soon as he lets them out of his sight, then Dragunov and Siva Kumar are just going to go ahead and check out off into the distance, as it is going to be Daniel Dragunov leading into the next lap here as we go through the twin hairpins as we line up for Daytona. We do have 2 separate groups of 3s here duking it out for our position. You got P1 to P3 and then P4 to P6. All in their own battles here, but it looks like it is going to be Siva Kumar and Dragunov getting a good slipstream down into turn 1, and this is going to be a good battle as the drivers continue. As we do see, I think Seward did go a bit wide on corner exit, so he's going to lose a little bit of ground to Nash Turner, currently in P5. And now it is the front 2 just running away with it at the moment. Juju Siva Kumar against Daniel Dragunov for the lead of the race. And you can barely fit a napkin in between those 2 as they continue their run here.
See, what's interesting to watch at this point for me, just taking a look at them, is the fact that it's the conscious decision right now from Siva Kumar to not go for a pass on Dragunov. It's the conscious decision just to stick along behind and keep the draft going, give the run out of Daytona, and try to pull gap on Dunn, Wade, Nash Turner, and Seward. Because this is one of those things where you can see very clearly the drivers are aware of what could happen if they start battling. These 2 know that if they start battling too much and they lose pace on each other, then it just creates this cascading effect where Dunn, Wade, Nash Turner, and Seward closing the gap, and all of a sudden you go from a 2-kart battle for the lead to a 6-kart battle for the lead. You see slight different lines here and there where it does look like, you know, you would think Siva Kumar is going for a gap on Dragunov, but in fact Siva Kumar is just taking a different line to take a different line. There's not any sort of pace advantage to be found there going through and not forcing the issue. Same thing with the 4 behind. They know, everyone from 3rd through 6th, they are aware that if they start battling, it's going to create a problem for them catching the top 2. We're approaching halftime here, Patrick. The problem is at some point you have to pull the pin and you have to pull the plug on the drain. You have to start battling, and you just sort of have to let it ride. You kind of hit a point where it's give up on trying to chase things down, and if you think you're the faster kart ahead, stop sitting behind karts that you think are slower than you, and you need to get ahead of them. So at what point, if you are, say, Nash, Turner, Seward, Wade, do you kind of decide you're going to get past Dunn, knowing that it may compromise your chance to go after Dragunov or Siva Kumar?
Yeah, we're getting to the point now. We are just about half race distance here. And, I mean, you got to, like you said, you got to make the move at some point. And even for Siva Kumar up at the front, he'll want to try to make a move. He has a bit more time to kind of play with it compared to Wade, Nash, Turner, and Seward, who are all behind Parker Dunn. But actually, it looks like someone was trying to make a move there, going too wide, and this is going to be a battle. This is going to be a fun one to watch. As we're seeing, I think they might still heard you talking there, Brad, as somebody did pull the trigger. I believe that was Nash Turner, still trying to get ahead here. He does lose a little bit of time to that P3 kart, but I believe he did make his way up into P4, and this could be a really good battle here as the two leaders to swap. And actually, Parker Dunn has dropped all the way down to P6. So a few of those drivers, and it looks like maybe even another one, he might lose another spot to Maxon Klebe here in P6. So Dunn might have just dropped down to P7. Gonna be a retake attempt here, going into the corner. He's gonna try to fire up the inside, try to get one done onto the 371 kart of Parker Dunn. And this is gonna be, it's gonna be tough, because I mean, you don't want to obviously overcook your tires, but it's soon gonna come to a point where it's either make or break time. Parker Dunn tries to get one on to the number 49 car, Maximus Seward. Tries to get it done. Nothing quite yet, but it is going to be just a straight up brawl here between P3 to P4 or P6. But it's also going to be a brawl right up at the front. Dragunov and Siva Kumar seemingly cooled off a little bit, but they are probably waited to just the last moment there, as we do see the number 24 trying to get some kind of headway, tucking ahead and trying to use that natural DRS, and he's going to try, but he does have a very quick Parker Dunn all over his gearbox at this stage.
That he does here going through. One of the things that you have to remember is that they know if those two are battling behind, or if those four are battling behind, the two up front can just disappear and run away. Gap right now 3.4 seconds. Now, Patrick, I know you weren't with us in round one. It was me and Sheldon. But one of the things we saw there in round one was that even a 3-second gap, if you start battling with 2 laps to go, even that 3-second gap can be closed down by the end of the race in just a couple of laps. So you got to kind of watch and see where that goes through for them as they continue to try to find pace through Daytona and along. Those two holding on, everyone else behind, kind of just folding through. They've hit that point where it's, what do? We can't sit here where we're at. And for Nash Turner, you saw moving around in positions there, started 4th, is up to 4th. Nolan Wade getting up into 3rd place, and Nolan Wade thinking that he can lead the charge to get to Siva Kumar and Dragunov as those four hang out. The problem is Dunn and Stewart not jumping along at all. And then the back three here, Maxon Cleve, Eli Marsh, and Jack Russell, they are just, they've lost the draft. They've lost the benefit of any run through that they could have. 2 minutes, 40 seconds left to go, plus 2 laps. Top two again, still tidy. Gap that time around 4.5 seconds. Tyler Nash Turner to Gigi Sivakumar and Daniel Dragunov. Again, that is just, he doesn't have the help behind. Look at how much space is between those karts. There's no slipstream, there's no bump, there's no help. It is just genuinely right now for Tyler Nash Turner, him trying to push his own way along.
Yeah, I mean, we know that gaps are a very fickle thing when it comes to motorsports. Like you mentioned, Brad, any sort of battling can really just close in the gap. And I mean, even earlier on in this race, there was a bit of a gap between 3 and 4, then 5th and 6th. But since they all started battling, the gap has kind of closed up, and now we got a 4-way battle here for position, as Sivakumar and Dragunov did switch positions on the last lap, so Sivakumar does now lead the 206 Junior Final here in round 2. But look at this. It's going to be a move being made here from Parker Dunn, trying to hold on, trying to maybe get a position back. The orange and white car does slip on through, and that'll be P4 now for Parker Dunn. He gets ahead of the number 99 car of Nolan Wade. Very nice stuff there as they continue on. It's going to be a good battle here for that final step of the podium. They're going to make their way to a line. You got about a minute 10 plus 2 laps here. So kind of similar format to the Heat if you are just joining us, but just a little bit longer. But look at this. Even a little bit of contact, I think, between Dunn and Nash Turner for that final step on the podium. And while these guys are battling, Siva Kumar and Daniel Dragunov are just checking out, trying to run away. But the battles are still right on as they go almost side by side. As now we just have so many excellent battles happening up and down the field here, Bradley. This is exactly what we want to see from this 206 junior final.
Yeah, this is a great run to watch here going through in 206 junior up front. Siva Kumar, Dragunov, they are holding steady in position right now, trying to just get a decision made here at this point of where do they want to start battling. They have the gap. The problem is if something goes a little awry there, they both lose out. So when they start battling, it'll be one of those respectful, hard-fought battles for the top 2. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th here. I mean, they are just nose to tail. They're not giving it up at all right now as they go along. Gap 6.1 seconds to the top 2. And, well, for reference of 6 seconds, here's the top 2 right now coming in through the 180 hairpin. And the time it's taken them to go through the right 180 to the left 180, we just now have Dunn, Nash, Turner, Wade, and Seward going through the left 180. So that's a big difference there as these two continue to battle it out really hard here. Daniel Dragunov trying to set up a pass here on Siva Kumar. Siva Kumar again in the orange and green helmet, and Dragunov in the green helmet here as they cross the line going through. 2 laps to go left in this heat. Jiju Siva Kumar leading Daniel Dragunov here, Patrick, and this is going to be an exciting one to see where it goes with the 2 to go signal out.
Yeah, now it's really make or break time for Jiju Siva Kumar and Daniel Dragunov. This is going to be it. It's pretty much make or break. You only got 2 more chances left to go. And lick the stamp and send it on through. Goes Daniel Dragunov, but it's going to be a switch back there from Siva Kumar, and they're going to switch it back again. This time with Daniel Dragunov holding on to that position, and he is going to retake the lead. It was a hard-fought battle, but he does retake the lead here as they are about to see the white flag, and this fight is getting red hot here. It is the final for the 206 junior category. So this is where all the big points are going to come in from as Nash Turner passes Parker Dunn for P4. So we have a lot of good battles here, but this is the battle that we're going to really try to keep our eyes on. Daniel Dragunov and Jiju Siva Kumar battling it out here, going to go side by side. Is it going to be a lunge from Siva Kumar? Yeah, I think the answer is going to be a solid not quite. There will be an attempt, but the 808 just not quite enough. But they're going to go side by side here through the final couple of corners. This is going to be intense. It is going to be excellent battling here. The checker flags are out. The first one across the line doing the checker flags. This is going to come down to a pure drag race coming down to the line. And the question is, who is going to get it? It's going to be a drag race to the line. They're going to be side by side. And at the tail end of it, Daniel Dragunov does hold on. Daniel Dragunov, your winner in the 206 junior final by less than a 10th of a second ahead of Jiju Silva Kumar. And that is going to be like that finish was so intense, it made me lose my wording. Tyler Nash Turner does round out the podium. Maximus Seward, P4, Parker Dunn, P5, Nolan Wade, P6, Eli Marsh, P7, Maxon Klebe in P28 or P8 into number 28, and Jack Russell, P9.
Great run from everyone there in the 206 junior final as we go through. That is one of our 8 finals done and dusted. And now we shift gears over here to 206 Masters. who are staged up. They're ready to go. They are just waiting on the gates to open here. It's been an interesting run in 206 Masters so far as it goes. Again, Troy Toney, 3.5 seconds in the heat over J. Brian Williams, and then 7.6 seconds back to Demand going through. And here is your starting lineup. Troy Toney will start on the inside of row 1 with J. Brian Williams there to his outside. Tyler Demand, Chad King, Jared Spanzel, Jesse Bullock, Mike Bacher, Alex Cooper, and Jason Irvin, the 9 karts who are going to be taking on 12 minutes plus 2 laps. The question is, how do you not vote for Troy Toney at this point? Troy Toney, so strong in qualifying, so strong in the heat. Yeah, it almost feels silly to vote against Troy Toney, but if Troy Toney can't hold the lead to turn 1, it's going to be a big challenge for him.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it pretty much all day long here in this 206 Masters category, Brad, where Troy Toney has really just been the class of the field, but this is where the big points are sitting. So now you really just got to try to hold on to it. Qualifying is about getting that one good lap in, and he's in a good starting spot. But like you said, if he doesn't hold on to a lead going into turn 1, that it's going to be a lot more difficult for Troy. And I don't think any of his competitors are really going to make it easy for him as the gates are open and we unleash the 206 Masters for their final here today. We've seen some good runs from these guys already, and they're going to line up to do it one last time. But like you said, Brad, it is going to be extremely hard to kind of vote against Troy Toney here.
I think J. Brian Williams and Tyler Demand will give him a good run. But again, Troy Toney, even when we look back at round 1 2 weeks ago in the 206 Masters category, I mean, J. Brian Williams was trying to hold off Troy Toney, and did a pretty good job of it, all things considered. But Toney even then was able to set up and get a final lap pass. That's how he took the win in round number 1. Here in round 2, we'll see if it's more of the same or if it's a case of just seeing where it goes as they're coming around to the formation cone here. So they'll square up, get into position. Everybody will close in. And this is one of my favorite things that I love to see is the fist bumps coming to the tram lines. Everyone's a competitor here, but everyone respects each other, especially in Masters, Super Masters. Even you see it in junior and seniors. You'll see drivers fist bump going to the line. They're very respectful of each other. As we come down into the tram lines, here we go. This is going to be the lineup. Will we get the green flag this time through? And it is green flag. We are away. Here we go into turn 1. It's a great run down the inside from Troy Toney. And here we go with Tyler Demand trying to get a run on J. Brian Williams. Brian Williams able to hold off beautifully to the outside line there. And they will settle in single file just the way they started here as we go along here early on. Top 3. Toney, Williams, Demand as they come down towards the front stretch here to kick this run off, and they will keep things going fairly quickly here. But for Troy Toney, it's exactly the start he needed. He's up in the front. Let's see if he can hold on to it.
So far, it looks like that's going to be the case. The only driver who did not hold their position was Mike Bacher. He loses a position to Alex Cooper for P6. But yeah, Troy Toney has definitely got the good launch that he needed. J. Brian Williams going to try to chase him down alongside Tyler Demand, and he's going to go ahead and just go for it. But, I mean, right now it is pretty well evenly spread out between the karts here in this 206 Masters Final. They are the fiercest of rivals on track, all these guys, but I can promise you with at least a 99% degree of certainty that these guys are probably the best of friends off track. They're probably going to go grab a bite to eat after their race, and they're going to have a grand old time, just like they're having a grand old time on the track. It's about a second between almost each of these drivers, really, so they got some pretty solid spacing between them as of right now. Almost everybody about a second from each other. The closest pairing that I could see coming across the line there was Chad King and Jesse Bullock for P4 and P5, closest drivers across the line. But that doesn't mean that won't change. It is a longer race than the heat was earlier on, 12 minutes instead of 7. And then, of course, you still have the additional 2 laps once that timer has hit 0. So, should be a good run here. Troy Tony definitely controlling the pace of this race.
Keeping the pace alive here early on, going through. J. Brian Williams sitting about 1 second behind here at the moment. 1.2 the second. 1.2 second the gap. There we go. That's how you say English going through. And you see everyone going through and continuing along. This is going to be kind of the nature of 206 Masters. It's a lot of these drivers just keeping consistent pace, keeping consistent gaps. And early on, they think about the fact that this is a long race. And 12 minutes plus 2 laps, you kind of say, well, that doesn't feel that long, but it can be a fairly long race for these drivers. So they will take the time here and they will make sure to kind of hold things through. You can see right now, Troy Tony not really looking to do a major breakaway at the moment. Troy Tony last lap, 51.445. J. Brian Williams last lap, 51.703 as they came along. This time, let's see where the gaps are as they cross the line here. Last lap, 51.470 Troy Tony, 51.689 for J. Brian Williams. So gap still opens a little bit, but not nearly as much. And you can see there in the consistency in the lines and the runs that these drivers are having, they really are thinking about the long-term strategy of this race. I would not be surprised at all if we see J. Brian Williams, once about halfway hits, start to try to reel that gap in here. But at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that halfway gap hit, or that halfway time hit, and Troy Tony doesn't start to floor it out a little bit and try to get a little bit faster. So either one is possible here. We'll see what happens. I don't think either of these drivers are showing their ultimate pace, but the good news for them is there's no racing tomorrow. Traditionally, last year, IKC would be 2 days of racing. You'd run 1 sets of race on Saturday, 1 sets of racing on Sunday. Well, Patrick, the good news is with the way the season's structured this season, it's all on a Saturday. So these guys can race hard today and then know that they get to sleep in tomorrow.
Yeah, and I'm sure for a lot of drivers, they're going to definitely need some rest because I know that it's a bit of a managed and controlled pace here at the moment, but I can definitely say with a pretty high degree of certainty that these drivers are going to sleep good tonight. They have definitely, it's 3 races, or 3 separate races essentially. You had your qualifying session, you had the heat, and now the finals. So, that's 3 separate events that you run on a singular day. So, it's a lot for one day, even though you do have some pretty substantial gaps in between the qualifiers and the heats, and then we had the lunch break before coming into the finals. But still, it's pretty much a full day of racing. So, I can say that I would definitely be tired. I would have been tired just after the heat race, let alone coming to the finals. So, yeah, I'm sure these guys, they would actually be pretty happy either way because these guys love racing. That's why they come here to IKC and race every single round of the championship that they're available to. But I'm sure they also are going to really enjoy having that nice Sunday just to relax before, for some of them, going back into work on Monday.
Yeah, this is one of the things that we talk about in karting, and I always forget about. This is the weekend activity. You still have to go back to work Monday. And of course, some of these drivers, they work in the industry. Some of them work with engine developers. Some of them work, building chassis. There's tons of different activity here for drivers as they go through. But some of these guys have to go back to just their regular job on Monday. Or, for example, again, when you look through multiple levels, some of these younger drivers, they go to school Monday. The question comes down, I can't imagine being, school age and going and racing go-karts all weekend and everything that goes into that, and then Monday morning having to go back to school. No thank you. I have no interest in that. I just can't imagine, having to go back to work on Monday, and I do this commentary thing for fun, but, it's kind of cool when it's a whole family affair that you get to do stuff like that, because you'll see, especially, in a lot of our grassroots coverage, and I think of MCC specifically in this one, but we see it here at Indy as well, Patrick. Karting is a generational affair. It's one of those things that you don't necessarily just see one name, and it's very common for us to see the same drivers in multiple classes, but it's very common for us to see the same names in multiple series. So, so that's one of those that you look at, especially here in Masters, and these guys, they run through, but they may have kids, grandkids, aunts, uncles, cousins, brothers, best friends, neighbors that are running in lower divisions that are, looking at what they're doing and kind of using that as a goal and kind of to help shape what they're doing.
Yeah, that's probably one of the biggest charms when it comes to karting, because you think of like some big level motorsports, you think of like Formula One, you may think of like IMSA, NASCAR, you name it, and there's usually a lot of big corporations and massive money sponsors and stuff. But here at karting, especially in the grassroots level, there's a lot of teams that are like, just to throw some examples out there, there's like a lot of father-son teams, The father might be the mechanic and the son is the one that races. I mean, that's been a very prevalent story throughout history. I think even Formula One driver Lewis Hamilton got his start in karting when his dad was a mechanic for his karting team. So, I mean, it's awesome to see that it's just, like you said, generations can race in multiple different classes in the same weekend, and it's just absolutely awesome. Karting really is a family activity, whether you go to, or you can even come here to do some rental kart races. I know K1 has multiple different locations all across the country, lots of indoor circuits, particularly in Florida there's a bunch, but you also have these outdoor tracks like the K1 track here, and I think they're building another one. I think they have one, actually, it's already built. It's in Ohio. I forget which part of Ohio, but whether you're competing or just having fun, karting really is a family activity, Brad.
However, I need to remind any family friends of mine that are watching this broadcast right now, I will always be the best one in the seat and you will never beat me. So don't try. I just need to make sure that's established there, that even though I don't professionally race in any degree of anything, I will always be the best go-kart driver in the family and you will never beat me, and I will do a bump and run 10 times out of 10. Call me Kyle Busch, Connor Zilich. I don't care. That is just the nature of how things will go, because that is just how it has to be in the family. 2 minutes, 45 seconds left to go, plus 2 laps, and the gaps as they stand have been maintaining pretty solid here. 3 seconds the gap between Troy Toney and J. Brian Williams. That gap has been slowly opening up, but I think Troy Toney has dumped the gas here at this point and has thrown the lead weight off the kart and said, you know what, I'm going to get this thing going. And just again as a reminder, round 1, Troy Toney won by, I think it was about 7 seconds. Or no, sorry. Troy Toney didn't win by 7 seconds. I'm wrong on that. I'm thinking of a different class for the win. But no, Troy Toney was able to have a great run with McCorkindale in round 1 and have a great run through. So he was able to just kind of go through with it and have a great time on the run. And again, this is another case of a driver who it really knows what he's doing. He's able to very quickly get familiar with this track, get familiar with this layout, and have the comfort of the kart underneath him, where even in a couple of sessions he's been able to open this up. 4 seconds almost the gap. Tyler DeMann in second, Chad King J. Brian Williams in second, Tyler DeMann in third, Chad King in fourth with 1:30 plus 2 laps to go.
Yeah, very good run here from Troy Toney, and we kind of pegged him as the favorite to win this thing, and we can see why, because he's able to control the pace and then basically just throw the sandbags off at any point and just put the pedal to the metal and just really start to build out that gap. And we're seeing that here. But also, J. Brian Williams has been able to do the same thing. And he's been able to build out a pretty good gap to Tyler DeMann. But at the same time, he's still about 4 seconds off of Troy Toney here. So it's 1 minute left to go on the clock, and then an additional 2 after they cross the line once that timer hits 0. So still a good amount of racing left to go, but it's not quite over just yet. So, I mean, we know that Troy Toney, I mean, he's working that car pretty well, but I've also heard that he's actually a woodworker by profession. So, I mean, hey.
Should we make Troy Toney build a wooden go-kart and race that as opposed to the modern machine that he has right now? Should we do that? Is that an
He
option?
might still win by about 2 seconds.
I'm wondering at this point what would happen here. So we might do that, though. I might tell Troy Toney for round 3. And I hate to break everyone's heart, but round 3 is until June 6th. And it's a night run. It's a completely different setup. Again, with the new schedule, it's going to be completely different. But yeah, I might tell Troy Tony that round 3 or round 4, whichever one he participates in on 6-6 or 6-13 respectively, he has to run a wooden go-kart. Maybe that's an option, or maybe that would be lighter and faster. I don't know. I actually don't know the math on that.
Yeah, I mean, I just because I have a master's degree doesn't mean I know all that stuff off the top of my head. But coming around through the last couple of corners now, it will be 2 to go once Troy Tony does cross the line, and the signal has been given. 2 laps to go. Troy Tony now leads by over 5 seconds to J. Brian Williams in that P2 position. And then the rest of the field, as it says right now, is Tyler DeMann, Chad King, Jesse Bullock, Mike Bucker, and Alex Cooper in that P7 position, rounding out the field. The gaps have stayed pretty consistent, although Bullock and Bucker have gone pretty close to each other. They're definitely the closest duo on the track here at the moment, and now it is going to be Troy Tony, who is just about to cross the line for his final lap. The white flag will be out, and then it'll be Troy Tony's final lap here in the 206 Masters Final for round number 2 of the Indy Karting Challenge. And what a dominant run he has had all day, Brad. Over a second ahead in quali and just dominant pace in the heat and the final.
It's been a great run from Troy Tony here today. And J. Brian Williams, you have to say, in second place there. Tyler DeMann third, Chad King fourth. They've all had great runs today. And I'll tell you right now, Tyler DeMann and Chad King are about a second apart right now. So they don't seem to be in a bad position at the moment. But for Troy Tony, he's just got to keep smooth and consistent. We always say that's the name of the game in karting. Smooth is fast, fast is consistent. And well, that's kind of the game we're seeing here from Troy Tony, as he's going to come through the final couple of corners. Nobody behind, nobody ahead, nothing to worry about, but it's the double checkered flags. He'll see him first. Troy Tony will come across the line to win the 206 Masters here in the Indy Karting Challenge, round number 2 at the K1 circuit in Whiteland, and he does so in spectacular fashion. Final gap of battle, 5.38 seconds across the line between Tony and J. Brian Williams. And then from there, Tyler DeMann comes. 18.1 seconds. What a gap coming through, with Chad King in 4th coming across here. Jesse Bullock in 5th. Mike Bockert in 6th. And Alex Cooper, P7. Never mind, Bockert nabs it across the line on Bullock there over Alex Cooper. That is an impressive run there, as the checkered flags fly, the checkered flag overalls that I'm envious of are here. It was a checkered flag jacket round 1, checkered flag overalls round 2. What is checkered flag round 3 going to be? Are we going, so we do jacket, we do overalls. Are we going to get like a massive hat? Are we getting like LED lights that you wear on your shoulder? What's the plan? Can I get an idea?
I was actually just going to say, it's like I mean, I know we're not in Texas, but like a checker flag cowboy hat could be pretty funny. Yeah, I don't even know what else you could come up with. I mean, the jacket was pretty solid. The overalls is obviously really fun. Yeah, I don't even know what you do next. Maybe like a checker flag Rexy plush or something. I don't know. But what I do know is that the 206 cadets are the next final up, and we still see that Mohawk Warrior, that number 67 Kart. And here we go, 206 cadets. They're about to be red hot here as their final is about to get underway.
All right, so let's talk about these 206 cadets. Here's been the run today so far. Fox, McNeely, Simonelik, and Maxwell were less than a tenth of a second apart in qualifying. So I'm just saying this is going to be an interesting one. We've seen the Mohawk be consistently there in the mix time and time again. Of course, that A-Max Racing Development driver, Diesel Maxwell, we'll see here where the driver of Diesel Maxwell, of course, with A-Max Racing, can find himself through there in that number 6-7 Kart. This is going to be one of those where, does the Mohawk prevail, or do we have to ask for the aerodynamic flat helmet in round number 3? I'm telling you right now, the Mohawk's going to prevail. There's no reason it won't. We'll see how this goes through and along. This is going to be the exciting one, and let's look at this starting lineup, boys and girls. It's James Fox here in the front with Jackson McNeely second. Engines are firing. Leet Simonelik P3, Diesel Maxwell fourth, Miles Hale in fifth, Kyler Hendrickson and Luke Sutherland in seventh. I'm going to go ahead and throw some money down right now. Not actual money, because I don't have any actual money to throw down on this, but our defending champion here in 206 Cadet is James Fox. Our winner in round 1 of 206 Cadet was James Fox. Lee Simonelik is going to take home the win in round 2. I'm calling it now.
Ooh, that is a pretty bold prediction, but it's one that definitely has some legs to it. We have seen Leah Simonelik just really get really punchy here, and he's been able to make some good moves, but we cannot discount Jackson McNeely, because Jackson has also been really strong here throughout the day in his races. So, I mean, James Fox is definitely not going to be any slouch either. He is the championship leader for a reason, but I don't think he's going to have a really easy run of it here. I think he's going to be... This one is going to get really intense, really fast between Fox, McNeely, and Simonelik. Just going to be pure cinema all the way through. And Brad, I won't speak for you, but I know I'm all here for it.
There's a fun saying every once in a while that I like to bust out, and I think I'm going to bust it out now here. Simply lovely is where I'm going to bring this one in. And, well, if you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. And if you don't, you should. So now, let's get these carts put together on the grid here. Again, Fox, McNeely, Simonelik, Maxwell, your top 4. Hale, Hendrickson, Sutherland, the 7 cadets taking on this 206 Cadet Final. Let's see where they go as they line up. And, well, let's check this out. Into the tram lines they go. Green flag is out, and here we go. This is hard fought early on. Everyone going through. Look at Diesel Maxwell already trying to cut to the outside. Outside turns to the inside here, trying to get past Leet Simonelik there in the green helmet, trying to find P3. Maxwell not able to get the Mohawk moving, and he'll settle back into 4th for now, but top 4, top 5 already showing that they're going to have a great battle there, as Miles Hell is just right off the helm of the top 4 here. They come through to head towards the start-finish line, and this is going to be where we really see if anything wild happens early on here, as Leet Simonelik there in 3rd, McNeely, Simonelik, Maxwell, Hale, Sutherland, Hendrickson. The only change up was for P6, P7. Everyone else in the top 5 staying in the same spot.
McNeely caught a little bit of air there because he got a little too close to one of the curbs there. So this is going to allow Simonelik to really try to close in the gap and maybe consider a lunge. He'll think better of it, and he'll wait it out, try to wait for a better opportunity to get this overtake done, as Leah Simonelik is going to continue on to try to chase down for that P2 position. And it's going to be an interesting one because Jackson McNeely, he's going to really hold on here. He did ride one of the curbs a bit earlier on, but that just shows you how hard these 206 cadets are really pushing here for these positions. And look at this. They're all pretty much all right bunched up. Your top 3, Fox, McNeely, Simonelik, with the addition of the Mohawk Warrior himself, Maxwell. And this is going to be a beautiful battle here. As you said earlier, simply lovely racing we got going on here. And it's going to be a bit of a slipstream run down into the corner. Simonelik is going to consider the move, but he'll try it again a bit later. He's going to try to get it done now, but he will just have to reside in that P3 for now. Close, but not quite. But there's still about 10 minutes to go, plus the additional 2 after the fact. So still a good amount of racing to go for these 206 cadets. And we're ready to see side-by-side action. I think that's going to be Simonelik trying to get one. Simonelik does get ahead of McNeely just before the timing line. And what a good overtake it was. And it is going to be a tough one. Jackson McNeely going to try to think about a retake here. And he might try to get it. He's got a better run coming out of Daytona. They're going to go side-by-side, coming down into the corner. He'll think better of it, and he'll just tuck right on in. He shakes for a little bit, just trying to make Simonelik aware that, hey, I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. And he's going to continue to put on that pressure, make it the inside here of the corner, using a good amount of curb there for Jackson McNeely. But, oh, this is going to be tight side-by-side racing. But look at Diesel Maxwell taking advantage of it.
Oh.
He will jump up into third, the Mohawk Warrior up into P3.
And that's what Diesel Maxwell does. Sits, waits, and then strikes. It's very, very unlike the Mohawk Rockout game. It's a very calm, cool, and collected sort of signature there for Diesel Maxwell. Doesn't try anything too crazy, but is just right there in the mix and right when he needs to be here. Now watch this slipstream down the backstretch. Is Maxwell going to pull out of the line? The answer is no. Diesel Maxwell holds on to third for now. Sets up though. Look at the different line Diesel Maxwell is able to take there going through. Diesel Maxwell is really able to muscle that cart around a lot more and swing the lines much differently than the carts around him. But for Diesel Maxwell, that works great and very much complements his driving style. So he's able to hold on there. And you see how it goes through. Now, Leet Simonelik trying to find a way along as well. Let's see here as they go side by side. Diesel Maxwell able to hold on to P3 as Simonelik backs out of it here as they cross the line. Fastest cart on track, by the way, is Leet Simonelik, a 10th faster than anyone else ahead. At least a 10th faster here going through. So there is some time in that green helmet to be found here, but that Mohawk, that's a defensive measure right there, and you see him really holding on to it going through as second place McNeely, first place Fox is still trying to find a way to pull a gap here. James Fox really wants to get away from these three battling, because the more they battle, the more it gives Fox room to breathe. Gap last time across the line was a second here, Patrick, as they go to cross the line yet again. We'll see how much more that gap is open, as I'm sure it's opened a little bit here as Diesel Maxwell continues to defend as we're approaching halftime here on the run. Gap that time through, held steady, 1.08 instead of 1.06.
Yeah, that is very good stuff here as they continue to race on through. It's going to be a fantastic battle to watch, but we do see Leet Simonelik on the Diesel Maxwell. This is going to be side-by-side. This is going to be an overtake for P3. Is he going to line it up? He will think about it, but he decides to tuck right back in behind Diesel Maxwell, and they're going to continue on. Now, James Fox is going to really want to try to just check out, kind of like Troy did earlier on in the 206 Masters race a while back, but it's gonna be a bit trickier for him because McNeely, Maxwell, and Simonelik are all just gonna be kind of slipstreaming off of each other, and they're gonna be continuing to kind of keep that pace consistent. The gap is now under a second between James Fox and Jackson McNeely. Gonna be a tight battle between these two, but look just a bit further back. Diesel Maxwell and Leet Simonelik are gonna continue on to race out here for that final step of the podium. We can see the check over the shoulder. Not quite, a little bit of a slide there from Maxwell. Is this going to be a look up the inside? It is going to be a look up the inside for Simonelik, but doesn't quite get it this time around. He won't get it this time either. Good defensive driving there from Diesel Maxwell, but this is allowing Jackson McNeely to build a gap away from P3 and 4. This is beautiful racing as we are a little past halftime here. About 5.5 minutes left to go, plus 2 laps. Should be a beautiful spectacle between these four here.
Some notable things to note about James Fox here going through. James Fox, of course, won round 1 here at the K1 circuit here in Whiteland, Indiana. Finished 10th out of 36 karts in the cadet class at the Cup Kart Spring Nationals at Charlotte Motor Speedway with a best lap of a 49.1 there. Finished second in Winter Warm-Up 2 going through. And then, of course, has participated in other runs like the Daytona International Kart Week back at the end of December of 2025. Has participated in CK&A Grand Nats. Unfortunately, had a DNF at CK&A Grand Nats at Newcastle last year. Has ran many things going through, has a very extensive history here in the runs, multiple wins in different runs of championships here. So for James Fox, very competitive, very very fast driver here, but you've got Jackson McNeely right behind you right now, who is working on putting in some very competitive times here as we get to the end of this final 4 minutes to go. And look at how that gap has closed up now. This is where things get very, very close, very quick. And if you're wondering about the history there of McNeely, well, I can tell you right now, for Jackson McNeely, he's very, very quick as well. He is someone to watch going through. He, of course, has ran in CKNA Spring Nats as well. Back on March 6th, he ran through. He ran Daytona Kart Week as well. He ran CKNA Grand Nats, where he finished P18. He's had a slew of very high finishes throughout his karting career that goes back several years. So let's see if he can't get past Fox here and claim a win on the run here. So he's right on the rear bumper, going through, tucking the helmet, doing everything just right. We have a battle for the lead on our hands here.
Indeed we do. And this is going to be a fun battle to watch. We know both of these drivers are exceptionally quick here. Very good history. They've competed at a lot of these same events here for James Fox and Jackson McNeely. And this is going to be a beautiful, beautiful battle to watch as they go through 3 minutes on the clock before those final 2 laps are added. And we're already seeing it here. Just Jackson McNeely really trying to find any semblance of a gap to really try to make moves happen here. And this is going to be a spectacular run as they come through Daytona. He's going to go ahead and tuck the helmet in and try to get any extra ounce of pace out of the number 538. He's going to close the gap. They're starting to drop Leah Simonelli here. As I say that, he pretty much comes right up to the back of them. Pretty much immediately proving me wrong here. So good fights between the 3 of them. But look at this, a move for the inside for the lead of the race. And that is going to be Jackson McNeely. A bit to the lead, but Leah Simonelli is right there too, waiting to capitalize. And in the final 2 minutes of regulation for the race, this is going to be pure cinema. But look at this already. Just Jackson McNeely just checking out. He's got a pretty decent gap, but there's a spin there. Or maybe a mechanical issue, and I think that's James Fox.
I believe that is a mechanical failure for James Fox. That is heartbreaking. And you see him stand up beside the cart. Now that is what you don't want to see here. So that will put McNeely and Simonelli in the battle for the lead here going through. That is the 538 and the 189. Of course, the green helmet of Simonelli, very recognizable, and that white helmet there of McNeely. But unfortunately, that is James Fox. If I'm not mistaken, and unfortunately, I don't think I'm mistaken, who will be out there. Heartbreak. We'll see if we can get a confirmation of exactly what's happened there for that driver. Wow, this changes everything suddenly.
Another strong battle disrupted by a mechanical failure. It's one of those unfortunate things in motorsport where it just happens. But look at this, we still got to fight for the lead here. As it is going to be McNeely and Simonelli. It's the last minute, so it's probably about 1 more lap to go once they cross the line before the timer runs out. So they'll get about an estimated 3 laps left in this race between the 2 of them. So this is going to be a strong battle. We know Simonelli is going to be quick, but you got to feel for James Fox. He had such a good run here. He's got good history. Reigning champion here. And yeah, that's pretty much James Fox's race done, dusted, and delivered. But the fight for the lead is still on. But hey, we got traffic just up ahead. And I mean, it's something that you and I have said a good amount here that I didn't think we'd actually say today, but traffic can be a huge, crucial factor. I think he's actually just waving them on through, so he's actually not going to get involved. He's just going to go ahead and let these 2 battle out as the timer runs out and 2 laps to go once they cross the line.
Good decision there from the traffic there of Luke Sutherland to pull out of the way and let them go. That is typically what you'll see there with traffic as it comes along. They'll be, very nice and just kind of make it as simple as possible. You saw the clear hand signal of, hey, get past me here, let's go through. 2 laps to go this time through, and it is McNeely over Simonelli. 0.3 of a second was the gap when they crossed the line, but I'll tell you right now, that gap is going to close up pretty considerably here. Diesel Maxwell in third. You can see several seconds back here. Don't think will be a factor on this one, but you never know. Crazier things have happened. And of course, we had in round one that heartbreak there with Heber, I believe it was, who actually got together with a lap down car, which just changed everything going. Or no, it was Bo Laser and 206 Cadets last time through. As we see McNeely and Simonelli going through, lap traffic definitely was a factor in round one for 206 Cadets here. We'll see if any more factor gets played along today. One lap to go as they head towards the checker or the white flag here at the start finish line. One lap to go, and let's see how this plays out for Simonelli. Simonelli faster than McNeely last lap, and now Simonelli needs to channel everything in that cart that's in that green helmet that can be found. Heading down through turn 11, heading towards Daytona, and I know it's not turn 11. I'm calling it turn 11. I'm not sorry about it here. As we go down on the run, down the back stretch we go, looking over the shoulder. Here we go. Simonelli pulling out, not able to get enough overlap to go for a move here. Simonelli stays behind. McNeely holds on ahead. McNeely looking ahead. McNeely trying to not think about the pressure behind. Simonelli now looking for another move, trying to find somewhere in these final couple of corners to have a run. There is traffic ahead. I don't think traffic will play a factor at this point there for Kyler Hendrickson as they come through final corner now. Simonelli needs to try to find a run. Can he find a pace? McNeely will run through. McNeely, when it's said and done, finds the double checkers. And for Jackson McNeely, he will win the 206 Cadet Final here at the Indy Karting Challenge. Simonelli, a quarter of a second separating him from the win.
That was a very good run there between the two. An unfortunate, once again, for James Fox. But your final standings after the checker flags as of right now in the 206 Cadet Final, Jackson McNeely about a quarter of a second ahead of Leah Simonelli, who gave it his everything here. Diesel Maxwell grabbing a podium, and then followed by Miles Hale, Kyler Hendrickson, Luke Sutherland, and then the mechanical retirement of James Fox. Rounds out your 7 drivers racing in the 206 Cadet Final. And what a final it was. But we are only about halfway through our finals. We still got about 3 more finals to go here. First of which is the KA Juniors. All right, sounds good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, buckle it up for KA Junior. This is where things are going to get pretty interesting here at this point. Daniel Dragonoff will lead off Jordan LePen, Ed Tamaroo with Nolan Wade, Tyler Nash Turner, Andrew Avalos, who I want to say has been really the heartbreak of the day, going through one of several. We've had several drivers that have not had a good weekend with mechanical issues, and add Andrew Avalos' name to the mix. And then Jiju Sivakumar will be in last place. This is going to be an interesting one to watch and see where it plays at here. Patrick, anyone in the top 4, anyone in the top 5 can win. I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer for who's going to win. Anyone in that top 5.
I mean, we've seen the pace from Daniel Dragonoff be very consistent and very strong pretty much all day long. So I would be surprised if he's at minimum a favorite to potentially win this one. I mean, but like you said, I mean, pretty much anybody in that top 5 has got a really good shot of winning it here. And we know Andrew Avalos, I think he's going to be the driver that we should really keep an eye on, because when his kart is firing on all cylinders and operating in its best window, he's been pretty quick. He's been able to really get some good pace out. And the green flag is a go, and we are underway for the KA Junior Final here. And this is going to be a spectacular show. We're already seeing some drivers trying to jostle for position as Tamaru jumps up into second place ahead of Jordan Le Pen. And we're seeing some really good racing here just going through. And it is Andrew Avalos trying to close in the gap and maybe try to look for a move on the Nolan Wade. And as we go through, the timer has started. Wade has gone past Tamaru here. So Le Pen will actually stay in P2. So we're ready to see some really strong racing just up and down the field. But it's still very early stages in this KA Junior Final. And we're going to see here again, it is still going to be Daniel Dragunov leading from Jordan Le Pen and Nolan Wade as they continue to just make their way through the Whiteland circuit here in Whiteland, Indiana. And this is going to be some action-packed, beautiful racing here as we are just about 2 minutes into the race. Very good stuff here in the opening stages from these drivers as the front two of Daniel Dragunov and Jordan Le Pen have built up a bit of a gap here. And then you got Wade about 1.2 seconds off the leader, but he's got Tamaru and Avalos just behind. And this one could be very, very spicy. Andrew Avalos pretty much right up the gearbox of Ed Tamaru. And this could be it. Oh, look at this. Maybe even a dive here. A bit of contact, maybe, but it is going to be Avalos getting the move done. And he will jump up a position. So that puts him up into P4. Very good scrapping here from the KA Juniors.
Great run here over the first 2 minutes of racing. Daniel Dragunov still holding that fastest lap of anyone right now. We'll see if he improves more crossing the line, and he does. A 46.247 to a 46.912 from Jordan Le Pen. And Andrew Avalos up into third now. Now needs to start closing the gap going along here between the runs as they go through. This is going to be one of those where it gets real interesting to watch and see, have they lost too much of a gap at this point? Because if they've lost too much space, then it becomes a problem where they can't leapfrog, they can't close the gap. They've lost the slipstream, and they kind of put themselves on an island without a paddle at that point, without a boat, and they end up kind of battling amongst themselves for kind of just the best of the positions they can get. But this is a long race with 9 minutes to go here, Patrick. There's plenty of time for them to close the gap. And I got to say, looking at it right now, Andrew Avalos 46.63 to a 46.67 from Jordan. I don't know. He's got to find a lot of pace to get up to Daniel Dragunov because look at that gap. But they are slowly reeling in Jordan Le Pen. So if you give it some time, you never know. A battle for P2 might be on in the mix.
Yeah, it's going to require some cooperation from pretty much everybody else trying to catch up to Jordan Le Pen and Daniel Dragunov. So, a little bit of a touch of the gravel there for Ed Tamaru. Gets a little bit off into the dirt there. That's going to cost him a little bit of time. And actually, you were saying that a battle for P2 might be on the cards. And, I mean, it could be on a bit sooner rather than later. But Jordan Le Pen is going to try to make sure that that doesn't happen, as the gap is about little under a second between himself, Jordan Le Pen, and Andrew Avalos. They're really catching the number 817 Kart, the 807, really trying to get stuff done here. A bit of a slide, though, from Andrew Avalos is going to make things a little tougher for him, but still going to be some good battle here. Nolan Wade not too far behind. He's going to have to do some... He was doing some hard counter steering there on that number 99 Kart as Daniel Dragunov goes to take the next lap. Got about 2 seconds as it sits right now. We'll see how much time he has gained or maybe even lost. Answer is about 0.8 of a second gained on that last lap. So Daniel Dragunov has really decided to give it his all here. But the question is, if you push too hard, will Dragunov make a mistake here? Because like we kind of saw earlier, it just takes one mistake or one slight issue to take it from first to last in a heartbeat.
I mean, for Dragunov at this point, it's just consistency is key. I mean, we've said it, smooth is fast and fast is consistent. So we'll see how that plays out here going along for Dragunov. Gap 2.64 seconds last time over the line. This time over the line, let's see where the gap clocks in. It's another fastest lap in the 45s, nearly a second faster than Jordan Le Pen last time across. So that is ridiculous coming through. And even then, still 0.6 faster than Andrew Avalos last time over, who is running a little bit faster than Jordan Le Pen. Here we go down the backstretch. Tuck of the helmet, look over the shoulder here. Avalos has pace. Avalos opting not for the pass. Le Pen, a little bit of a slide there into the corner, is going to defend the inside line. Avalos tries to go inside to outside, make the outside to inside, try to do a switchback here, and is going to do so, forces the move through, and now you have Nolan Wade coming in the mix as well. Is going to force Avalos wide, get right on the bumper of Le Pen, and that actually cost Avalos a position. Avalos goes from fighting for second down into fourth, and Nolan Wade says, thank you very much. I'll take the P3 from you, and let's see how Nolan Wade and Jordan Le Pen can work together here now to try to break away with a little bit of a gap, as Ed Tamaru is trying to just sit right back on the back of the rear bumper there of Andrew Avalos, find some pace, see if he can't close up in the gap. So these 4 karts battling it out for second place are about to be real feisty here, as Le Pen and Wade now trying to bump draft down the backstretch, trying to find some pace with each other, trying to find a way to run away here. And you can see really forcing the issue in the kart there is Wade, as well Avalos now right on the rear bumper looking for a pass again.
Yeah, now that kart's firing on all cylinders, but look at Andrew Avalos going up the inside of Nolan Wade, and that might be P3 regained for the 807. Very nicely done there. He is up a position. Tamaru gets one on the Wade as well. So Wade, kind of like what we saw with Andrew Avalos earlier, just at one corner he's a P3, next he's a P5, and that is the exact type of action we love to see here. But that has allowed Daniel Dragunov to build up that almost 8.5 second gap between them. But right now they're pretty much just trying to fight for the best of the rest here at this stage. With about less than 5 minutes to go, Daniel Dragunov will begin his next lap. Jordan Le Pen does lead of Andrew Avalos, Ed Tamaru, and Nolan Wade. And we can see Ed Tamaru really just fighting that kart. The kart's kind of bouncing around a bit, it seems, just coming to the last quarter. But the battles are still going to be raging here, raging like an uncontrollable wildfire. As Andrew Avalos is going to do what he can. He's probably going to try the bump draft again coming out of Daytona. And no, he's just going to go for a move here. So this is for P2 on the track. And up into P2 goes Andrew Avalos. He had the slipstream, but look at this. Jordan Le Pen trying to make the comeback, and he does make the comeback for now. Inside becomes the outside, vice versa yet again. Will this be another switchback? Avalos holds the position, but he's going to lose it again. They're trading these positions like they're trading for Pokemon cards, but through goes Tamaru. Good. He saw the gap, and he took the gap. Excellently done here, but he's not done. Ed Tamaru looking for a P2 here, as he is basically tracking down Jordan Le Pen and just trying to make moves happen here. Avalos might be losing another position to Nolan Wade if he's not too careful here. Nolan Wade pretty much right up the gearbox now. He does shake for a move, gets a little bit of the clear, but decides to just tuck right back in. And with about 3.5 minutes to go before the final 2 laps, we are seeing just absolute beautiful racing here in Whitefield, Indiana.
That we are. This has been amazing to watch here. It's pass 1, lose 2 seems to be the name of the game here. So nobody able to really shuffle things through. This has been amazing to watch in KA Junior so far with 3 minutes left to go. I wish we had a GoPro on one of these karts so that way I could just be on board. I'd love to have a GoPro on Avalos so that way we could just ride on board and enjoy the absolute action that is happening here. Tamaru setup-wise just doesn't seem to be as, I don't want to say it's the kart isn't as compliant as Tamaru seems to want it to be, but Tamaru seems to have that kart really dialed in. Avalos with an error there, getting really loose through, somehow doesn't lose time and is able to get along and keep going there. But for a moment, I thought Avalos was going all the way around, did a great job to save it and keep that kart facing straight and in direction, and somehow again doesn't lose really a lot of time in the battle as we go through heading down in the run. And by the way, if you're wondering where our race lead Daniel Dragunov is, only about 9.5 seconds to the lead right now. That's him going through Daytona. No harm, no foul. Everyone else here, though, second, third, fourth, this is a major battle coming through as they are just absolutely fighting it out. Jordan Le Pen trying to hold on here, qualified on pole, finished second to Dragunov in the heat. And for Le Pen right now, it's a matter of can he finish second in the final and not be passed by Tamaru or Avalos, as Ed Tamaru, I think, is my sleeper agent of this race, has really just been there when needed to be there in the Tony Kart. Been great to see Ed Tamaru just showing up.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty much just been right there, just kind of waiting. Kind of like a Diesel Maxwell was in the last race we had. Just kind of sitting there waiting for an opportunity. And like a Viper that was coiled, he struck, got that position, and now he might be trying to look at a P2 here on the day. But he is going to have a problem named Andrew Avalos trying to get the inside. He's going to go for the move, and the move is going to go ahead and stick. Very nicely done there. There's a lot of pace being lost there from Ed Tamaru. As Nolan Wade seems to be having a bit of trouble with his car. He has really fallen about 3 or so seconds off the rest of this pack here, fighting for P2. So it is going to be a three-way fight for P2 in the KA Junior Final. About one more lap to go before the final 2 laps do go ahead and kick off. So about 3 laps to go, estimated. Daniel Dragunov does lead, but it is pretty much anyone's guess, really, who's going to take up these next 2 or 3 positions. Right now, it looks like Andrew Avalos is going to try to bump draft and maybe think about a move on to Jordan Le Pen. Jordan Le Pen runs a bit wide, and that gives Andrew Avalos the perfect opportunity to jump straight up the inside, up into P2. And he is going to continue to do whatever he can to hold on to that P2. It should be about 2 laps to go here. And this is going to be a spectacle of racing that we're going to be witnessing here. And this could be one of the closest finishes we have had all day long. And it is actually going to be a bonus lap because of how far ahead Dragunov was. I don't believe the white flag or the 2 laps to go sign has been given just yet. So about another 2 or 3 laps left to go here in this KA Junior Final.
Take a look here at Avalos. Avalos is currently leading Le Pen and Tamaru as they go through. Here is Dragunov, for those of you, again, wondering where your race leader has ran away to. He's running away very, very quickly here. Gap as they cross the line. Well, I'll tell you here in just a moment as he's taking the 2 to go signal that time by. And Gap as they cross the line and they get the popsicle sticks, the 2 to go signal. 9.64 is the gap there. And again, you can see what about 10 seconds on a go-kart track looks like. It's about the time through turn 11 downhill all the way up through Daytona and around. So that's a pretty considerable margin to be found for Daniel Dragunov there. Again, just trying to stay smooth and consistent. Has stayed out of the battles. Has done just about everything that could be done correctly. Has done so in that 851 kart here. Will be coming along. Won the heat today. Qualified second place by just thousandths of a second into second place. Was able to run in the heat and win. And well, with 1 lap to go right now for Dragunov, it's a matter of just holding on to it here at the moment. As second, third, fourth place are still battling their way along. Dragunov has about half a lap to go right now. Avalos, Le Pen, Tamaru, they are all holding through. Le Pen looking to set up a move here out of Daytona on to Avalos. Would love to go for this P2 here. You see the look over the shoulder from Avalos. Avalos saying, okay, let's see, where is Jordan Le Pen? Jordan Le Pen not in the challenge radar right now. And in KA Junior right now, what's not in the challenge radar is anyone on the scope of Dragunov, as Dragunov will be coming through the final corners now, approaching the finish line, taking the double checkers, and Daniel Dragunov will pick up the win here in KA Junior Final. Now, let's see how they finish it out for second place on back. It's going to be Avalos across the line. Le Pen half a second back, and Tamaru about 3/4 of a second from there. Nolan Wade will finish it out in 5th place. We did not have Jiju Sivakumar take the field. We unfortunately did not have Tyler Nash Turner take the run as well. What a great run in KA Junior, though, for everyone coming through. It's hard to believe that that marks the halfway point of our finals. Half done, half to go here, Patrick.
Yeah, this has been a fantastic day, but we are just getting started. Another half of finals left to go. And if you think this one was intense, then we got plenty more in store for you. So it should be a lot of fun as we have the next race already getting ready to go out. This is the KA Senior and KA Masters Final. Dan Van Dyke starting at P1, followed by Brandon Heber, Levi Wilbur, Mason Ward, Abram Dean, and Danny Cutshaw, the only KA Master driver on the field. Should be a fun race. 6 drivers all fired up and ready to go. But honestly, those top 2 are really going to be something to keep an eye on.
That they are here. I have a feeling for Braden Heber, that highlighter helmet, he would like to highlight a win here on the day. We'll see what happens. I think really this is going to be a great battle here in KA Senior and Masters as they all get set up here, get ready to go. Karts are just waiting on the gate to open. I mean, at this point, you're kind of just sitting here, you're thinking, you're making sure everything's working right, you're making sure that there's nothing left to go through, nothing you need to worry about going through, and you're just making sure everything is ready to go and go through, because as soon as that gate flies open, it's go time. Visor down, helmet down, and you are just waiting on go time to be called, which it should be any moment now. Let's see here as we are looking for thumbs up for everyone ready to go. It looks like we are ready to go. Gates fly. And, well, let's send this one on here. Again, you see the starting lineup. Van Dyke, Heber, Wilbur, Ward, Dean, Cutshaw is your only KA Master entry. Everyone else here is a KA Senior category entrant. We should see traffic come into play throughout these 12 minutes plus 2 laps, because the pace difference from Dave Van Dyke to Danny Cutshaw is about 3 seconds a lap, if I am recalling correctly, to the Heat. But I know it is a bit of a gap there just due to the weight difference. It does cause a little bit of a gap there for them. So we should see at least Dane Van Dyke overtake Danny Cutshaw here. Patrick, my question on the day is, who is going to take things to Dane Van Dyke up front and make sure he can't try to run away?
I think it's going to be Heber. I think Heber's got some really good pace. We've seen that all throughout today. If I were to throw a wild card out there, although I feel like I accidentally commentator cursed him a while back, Mason Ward could potentially be a real threat in this one as well. So it should be a very good run here in the KA Senior and KA Masters Group Final. We have 6 carts come to the line, and the green flag waves, and we are racing here as we get going here. A little bit of trouble. A little bit of cars just being a bit loose. I believe that's the number 24 of Abram Dean, I think, is having a bit of a moment there. He's trying to fight for some positions, trying to get one on to Mason Ward in that P4 position, but it is going to be pretty much everything to fight for here at this stage of the race. And man, it's early stages, but we're already seeing some really good just kind of follow the leader action at the moment, but we know how this goes, Brad. We've done this a couple of times today already. We know that as the timer ticks down and we get closer to the end, the racing action is getting that much closer. And actually, don't tell that to Mason Ward, because he's just going to fire it up into P3.
Mason Ward, great move there down the inside on Levi Wilbur there for P3 moving along, and then Dean right in the mix as well. Top 5 all holding together here. Danny Cutshaw again is the sole KA Master entry. Pace difference there as expected between the Senior and Masters, so we'll see how that affects things. Up front right now, Van Dyke, Heber, Ward, top 3 there, and Mason Ward, your fastest car on track. You can see everyone holding each other together at this point. And, keeping each other honest, that's one of the other bigger things that we got to watch for, is that it's a case of when you have Braden Heber, when you have Mason Ward right up your rear bumper, what happens at that point is you cannot make a mistake. If you make any sort of an error, you absolutely get yourself in trouble. So they are holding each other very accountable at this point, because one small error, one little slide, one little moment causes everyone to group up and everything to become a bigger problem. So as they go along, this is going to just continue along going through. Let's see how it plays out here so far as they come through around the right-hander down towards Daytona. Heber just right there on the rear bumper of Van Dyke. The big thing, though, is they need to try to pull a gap from Ward before they start battling.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's going to be kind of tough here because, I mean, the racing instinct on these drivers is going to kind of say, like, hey, let's just go get this guy. But at the same time, you kind of want to be patient about it because you're gonna, if you're trying to go for the lead right now, you're gonna lose that slipstream, and when you lose that slipstream, you lose a lot of speed on that straight coming out of Daytona. So it's kind of an interesting situation, and we were talking about the patience earlier that is in some of these classes. So I think the KA senior class is really just going to go ahead and just try to kind of play it smooth, try to jostle for a few positions here and there as we see a move now from Mason Ward on to Braden Heber. A bit of a slide there from Wilbur. Levi Wilbur getting a bit loose on corner exit. So he's going to drop back a bit from the front three, and that is going to be a Mason Ward up a position. He'll be up in the second with Braden Herbert just behind. And now it's going to be a battle for P5 here between Abram Dean and Levi Wilbur. And positions are going to trade here a bit. And this is going to be a cinematic battle between these guys. We know Braden Herbert has been very quick, but Mason Ward clearly showing that that number 813 is really dialed in here today. Just trying to do everything he can to close in the gap. He won't try to make a move now because, like I mentioned earlier, you will lose that slipstream speed coming out of Daytona.
And that slipstream speed, so important, makes such a big difference in pace going through here as we see these battles continue to shape along here, coming around near the halfway point. 7 minutes, 45 seconds left to go. Look at that battle there. Wilbur and Dean getting side by side there early on as Ward goes through. Wilbur and Dean, they sort themselves out in a single file, but they were side by side for just a moment there. Again, you can see sometimes you could think about a move out of the final corner, but not able to capitalize, as that is a Kart off, going through very slow on the run into turn 11 there, heading towards Daytona, and not exactly sure who that was so slow, but that is not ideal there. I believe that's Wilbur, actually. Was that Levi Wilbur who was off? I blinked for a millisecond. And of course, in that millisecond that you blink, something crazy happens. Welcome to the world of karting, ladies and gentlemen, as the top three continue their way along the final corners here, coming along and heading down towards the straightaway they go here as they head through. And I hate to report that was actually Abram Dean who went off there on the downhill section of turn 11. That curb can be so deceiving. If you take just a bit too much curb there, it can absolutely spin the kart around.
Like you and I have kind of talked about sausage curbs in like endurance racing. Sometimes those sausage curbs can really just upset a car. But here in karting, there's no real suspension element on these karts for the most part. It's just axle and wheels, so any kind of bump can easily unsettle the car, and it can really just make you just lose any kind of stability you had. So it is unfortunate that Abram Dean was the kart that went off. But it does reduce the battle to a three-way fight here for the lead, which is still going to be extremely entertaining as Brendan Herbert, Mason Ward, and Dane Van Dyke still going to continue racing here. It is going to be Ward trying to close in the gap. You can see a little bit of the helmet tuck, trying to get some extra speed down the straight, and he will close in the gap, but it won't be enough to really shake for a move. Still about 6 minutes to go. We're a little over halfway through this KA Senior Master Final, and still a lot of racing left to go in this class. Should be a fantastic run here, but it is still a lot of racing left to go. And like you said, Brad, it only takes a millisecond for things to go a bit sideways. So now it is going to be a strong battle here for the top three positions. And as we know, these positions can change order at any moment. Right now it is Van Dyke at a Ward at a Heber, but soon that might change a bit. Ward and Van Dyke bump drafting a little bit down the straight, but Braden Heber not too far behind in that dark blue race suit with the highlighted yellow helmet. I believe that's what we actually decided on in terms of color here, Brad. But so far, it is a very strong battle here. The white helmet of Mason Ward trying to chase down that dark blue suit of Kane Van Dyke. So that should be a fun one. Or sorry, Dane Van Dyke.
Yeah, this is a fun one to watch so far between these top three as they go. And this is where you're starting to see some of the racecraft really come out between the different karts. Or between the different age groups. And you really see this here. Senior Master versus like the Micro Mini or Cadet classes over on the 206 side. You see here the Senior Master, they decide to really settle in and breathe and kind of hold for a little bit. They know to wait a little bit later to pick on that pass and not necessarily go for it right away. They give it time and they go and they wait and they look for the best moment and they don't do anything too wild. So that is where you see the difference here, because what happens is, in younger classes, you would just see battles like crazy back and forth, just time and time and time again. Whereas here now, you're seeing Van Dyke, Ward, Heber really hold things out for a little bit. Excuse me. And they're not looking to do anything too crazy. So as we go along here and we continue to watch how this plays out, I think the big thing to really watch for these guys here is going to be at what point, again, we talked about this earlier, at what point do you pull the cork out of the bottle? At what point do you pull the pin and you decide to really send this battle along and start making the moves? For Heber, his willingness to do that is going to be a little bit sooner than Mason Ward's. And for Van Dyke, he just hopes that nobody does it. You see coaches, staff, friends, family members there, teammates, kind of giving some hand signals there saying, hey, let's get a move on here. We need to look for passes. I would imagine that is what that hand signal means. I don't exactly know. And, we haven't seen as much in hand signals here today as we normally do, Patrick. Usually you see drivers tapping the helmet, signaling ahead, saying, let's pull a gap and do things. Nobody's really done that here today. It's been a lot of every driver just sort of in their own battle. I haven't seen a lot of major teamwork going on yet from anyone.
Yeah, everybody's just kind of in their own flow state, really. So these drivers really, they've just kind of settled into a rhythm, and they're going to continue racing on here. They can also all just be on the same wavelength, I heard that some people, they really do believe in, there's a word for it, I'm trying to think of, telepathy, speaking telepathically to each other. And maybe that's what these front two in particular might just be doing, and kind of just, they probably are on the same wavelength as saying, hey, let's just not even bother about fighting it out now. We still got a little bit of time. Bit later, then we can go ahead and duke it out. Let's focus on building this gap, and then we can scrap it out here at the end. It's kind of the mentality that some of these older, more experienced drivers do tend to have. But I do think you're going to start running out of time here. You got to really just go for it at some point. And none of these drivers are going to be content with just sitting in P2. So they're going to want to go for the win. But only 0.07 of a second separates our front two at the moment. As we go through, minute and a half left to go here on the day for the KA Senior Masters group. And it's going to be another bump draft down the straight on the exit of Daytona. A little bit bumpy right there at that section of the track. And they're going to continue on, and they're just going to continue to build out that gap to Braden Heber. And as it sits right now, Van Dyke and Ward, they might have this in the bag, as it is 1 minute to go before the final two. So they should get in it should be about 3 laps left to go here.
This is going to be an exciting one to see how it plays out. Heber's lost a bit of touch there to Ward and Van Dyke as they go along, so we'll see how that plays along for them as it goes, because this is going to be where really the big challenge comes in right now. Is if these two start battling, that lets Heber reel them back in if they have time here. As we go through, we'll see if a bonus lap is given here. Less than 30 seconds on the clock, plus 2 laps as they go along here. Taking a look, and let's see where we're at in terms of time. It's going to be close. It's going to be close here, but I do think we get that bonus lap, all things said and done. And we will by about 7 seconds, it appears, is going to be the bonus lap threshold here as they go through. So they continue along here. And this is where things are going to get challenging. Van Dyke, Ward, Heber your top three. Gap 2 seconds back to Heber. So Van Dyke and Ward are really trying to pull the gap here. 3 laps to go. It's going to be close, Patrick. I think the big thing for Mason Ward is he's got to be smart about when he picks his pass.
Yeah, so I mean, it's pretty much going to be make or break time, and we're already seeing a massive turn up of aggression here from Mason Ward, and you can see him now looking for moves he didn't even look at about a lap or two ago. So now they know that it is going to be crunch time here. When they come across, they will get the signal for 2 to go, and then pretty much all bets are off. No holds will be barred. They're already bump drafting down the start-finish line as they're going to make their way through the twin hairpins heading into Daytona. And this is going to be this run's going to be so crucial. They both get equal runs coming out through here. Defensive chop over from Van Dyke, and it's going to be a bit of a slide there from Mason Ward. So not quite enough to really try to put a serious heat pickup pressure on, but he's going to keep it up. He's just going to keep on racing here. As when they come across the line, it will be the final lap of the KA Senior Master Finals here for round 2 of the IKC. And it is going to be a fight for the win. Your 2 contenders, Dane Van Dyke and Mason Ward. Your 2 contenders for the race win here. But if any of them come to blows or make any massive mistakes, then Braden Heber is close enough to capitalize if these 2 come to blows. But it is still going to be Van Dyke holding on to the position for now. We see Ward trying to get the switch back. He goes one way, goes another. Doesn't quite get it. You only got a handful of quarters left to go. It is going to be make or break time. Who's going to get the win here? About 2 corners left on the racing circuit. And we've seen drag races come down to the line, and that's exactly what this is going to be. Across the line, who's it going to be? It's going to be Mason Ward on the final straight. Mason Ward wins the KA Senior Master Final here in Whitefield, Indiana. What a race. Good performance there as your results come up on your screens. And as it sits right now, it is Mason Ward ahead of Dane Van Dyke, Braden Heber, Levi Wilbur, Abram Dean, and Danny Cutshaw rounding out the field as the only KA Master entry. Whew. We've seen a lot of those drag races come right to the line, haven't we, Brad? And they have been leaving us on the edge of our seats every single time.
What a great run there to see that come down to a final run. I mean, that was such a close fight going through, and then it all came down to a final corner. That is how close these battles have been time and time again for these karts as they go along here as we go into the final 3 finals of the day here as we bring up your mini micro Swift run through. And again, as a reminder, these are all the mini Swifts, no micro Swifts this weekend. But James Fox, will see how he can do here in the run in that number 12 plated kart. Kason Hendrickson in second. Diesel Maxwell in P3. Miles Hale in P4. Lee Simonelik will be in 5th place. And well, Patrick, looking at this one, if we go back to the heat, it was Simonelik over Fox with Hendrickson here in mini, and you can see that that has changed up a little bit here. And here is your reason why. I will double check the reason why, because I had it written down in a different order. So if you look at mini micro, that grid was updated because Leet Simonelik was disqualified actually from the mini micro run, took a penalty and was DQ'd. So Leet Simonelik goes from starting on pole to starting last for the final. We'll see how that affects Leet Simonelik. That green helmet, we'll see if it has a big change here for the day.
Yeah, it is a bit unfortunate, but we do know that Lee Simonelik can really just dial it up when he needs to. So he can have a really good pace, and I believe he can really have a good charge up the field here. And James Fox, he did have that mechanical retirement early on today in his last final, so the best case scenario for James is he just needs to kind of put that behind him and just focus on the race ahead. And if he can do that, then he's going to be a strong contender to win this race. The Micro Mini Swift Final is coming up here. Thank you for tuning in to this week's round of the IKC. It is round number 2 here in Whitefield, Indiana. The Micro Mini Final is about to go live. 5 carts, and the green flag will soon be waved. And without any further ado, it is going to be green flag racing here for the Micro Mini Finals, and we're already seeing some drivers start jockeying for position. Almost a move around the outside. The outside lane hasn't been super strong in the opening stages, but with Hendrickson, it almost got a move done into the lead of the race. And it is going to be the Mohawk Warrior sitting in P3 of Diesel Maxwell as they come through. And this is going to be a good run here. Fox and Hendrickson already building up a bit of a gap on the opening stages of the race. The time has started ticking down, 11 and a half minutes to go on the session. And this is beautiful racing here that we're seeing in Indiana. Good racing, and the front 2 have already started to check out. Battles splitting into groups of 2.
This is great running to see here from these top 2 as they go along here. And look at Diesel Maxwell, unfortunately getting passed by Simonellic there early on. We knew that Leet Simonellic would be a quick driver and try to move up the field quickly. And Simonellic proving just that. They're moving up into 3rd place. We'll see what Simonellic can do to try to get into the top 2 or into the front here against James Fox and Kason Hendrickson. And we'll see how that goes through. We'll see for James Fox. Can James Fox have a great run here as well and redeem what was 206 Cadets run through with his mechanical failure with 3 minutes to go just a little bit earlier? Let's see how this plays along right now, because Kason Hendrickson is keeping right on the run here. Hendrickson is looking pretty quick here, tucking the helmet, taking a look, just doing everything that needs to be done here, being nice and smooth in that number 2 cart going along here as Fox holds just, again, that steady line, doing everything smooth and consistent, just as it needs to be done to prevent any sort of charge so far. But we're in Micro Mini territory, and it's the same thing as 206 Cadets, what we always say. If cart gap and just find the pass where you can find the pass tends to sometimes be the strategy that you see here in this junior category. Is they are very quick to try to go for passes when they can go for passes here. Let's see how it plays along here for these top 2 as it goes through, Patrick, as they come down the backstretch here. Gap sitting about a quarter of a second.
Yeah, it's really interesting just kind of seeing the different mentalities between these different groups of drivers. Like we saw in the KA Master Senior race, it was pretty much just kind of, don't do anything silly until, you absolutely have to. And then juniors, I think you said it the best early on in qualifying, it's just, I'm the faster car, I'm going to pass you. And it's basically the mentality, and it really can work with these Micro Mini carts, because they are pretty narrow, pretty skinny, so they can fit in a lot of places where you and I wouldn't have even thought of trying to make an overtake. So right now, it is going to be Hendrickson on Fox. Fox trying to get a win here. He could have had the win earlier, but unfortunately, the mechanical retirement did take him out. But he's going to try to go ahead and right that wrong there and try to get a win here. As it is going to be Hendrickson still trying to put on some pressure. Simon Ellick already up into P3. Kind of figured it wouldn't take him too long to go ahead and get through, considering how quick he's been all day long. Simon Ellick, though, pretty much right here with the top 3 as we begin the next lap. So it's going to be a good run here. Only about little over, actually now not even half a second separates the top 3 as they make their way through. They're running into Daytona now. And this could be a very good run here indeed. We'll see who's going to go ahead. And it looks like Simon Ellick might be thinking about a move. No, he's just going to tuck right in and try to make the move a bit later on. Still a little under 8 minutes to go here in the session. And this could be a strong battle ahead between these 3. We've seen a battle pretty much all day long. And it's not going to stop now, as we already see Simon Ellick trying to take a bit of a different line, trying to stay close to Hendrickson and Fox. And I mean, this has all the ingredients to be a cinematic masterpiece of a race here, Brad.
That it does. This is going to be an exciting one to really watch and see how it goes. 7 minutes, 15 seconds, plus 2 laps to go. You can see top 3 separated by a whole lot of nothing here down the backstretch. Look over the right shoulder from Fox, trying to get an idea where Hendrickson and Simonellic are, trying to get an idea where that pressure may come from as they go through here. And again, you see now they are very close together. Let's see, can a move be populated? It goes through one way, back the other, and there we go. Hendrickson able to get past Fox and clear that move here going through. Fox not able to do anything, and Simonellic right there in third place trying to find a way along as well. So just at the halfway distance, we have a swap for the lead here as Hendrickson will now lead James Fox and Leet Simonellic in third here, who will be looking to get a pass along as well. Leet Simonellic very, very quick. And of course, Heat 1 here today. So I don't know why I keep calling it Heat 1. It's the only heat of the day. So won the heat earlier today before lunch. And we'll see here what can happen down the inside. Fox again with a drag race through, able to use some slipstream and get back past Hendrickson. Simonellic again not able to capitalize and will be sitting in P3 here as Hendrickson, Fox, Simonellic, they are continuing through. Hendrickson trying to look how to get back past Fox, not able to do anything yet. They will settle in here out of the final corner. We've officially crossed halftime here. 6 minutes up, 6 minutes down, plus 2 laps after that. And right now it looks like top 3 holding on here. Hendrickson, Fox, Simonellic as they sit. Or sorry, Fox, Hendrickson, Simonellic as they sit.
Yeah, Fox, he did lose that lead for a short time, but regained it as now it looks like Simonellic is going to try to get the move done on the inside of Hendrickson. And he does get that position. That lime green helmet does take P2 away from Kason Hendrickson. Leah Simonellic is going to continue on. Good stuff here from the number 189. And he's going to go ahead and continue to race on here as they make their way through. Hendrickson now is going to try to regain that P2 position. And the top 3 are still going to be really tightly knit. About 8 seconds separates P1 to P4. So Diesel Maxwell currently in the P4, and even then he's about 10 seconds ahead of Miles Hale, so something might have happened to the number 15. But in the meantime, we do have an excellent battle with Simonellic, Fox, and Hendrickson still raging on, and this battle has really not lost any steam since the opening lap. They're going to continue racing on through, just tightly knit. They're pretty much stuck together like peanut butter and jelly, just unable to really separate from each other. And this is exactly what you want to see. This is good, hard racing here. Just playing the waiting game, waiting for any semblance of a gap to try to make a move. But it looks like Hendrickson is falling a little bit back. Not drastically far back, but he doesn't look like he's really sticking with this pack. Simonellic now going to really just use the slipstream and just get right up to the rear number plate of the number 12 machine from James Fox, but he actually does get the move done. So that is Leah Simonellic from last in the start to first with 3.5 minutes to go. What a move there from the 189. He is locked in, dialed in, and racing his heart out.
Beautiful move from him there to capitalize and move his way up. Great job how it goes through and along. Amazing to really see Leet Simonellic able to capitalize there as we continue to watch. I mean, it's one thing to pass, it's another to hold it here, I think is the saying that we're using right now, because James Fox putting the pressure here down the backstretch. We'll see, does James Fox go for a move? The answer is no, because Simonellic actually defends that inside line. A beautiful job there going along. So we see how it plays through. And right now for James Fox, the problem is going to become a real game of how do you get back past Simonellic going through, as Simonellic is driving every defensive line that can possibly be driven around this K1 circuit here in Whiteland, Indiana, as they go through. along, and this is going to be where I think it's just going to be a case of, for James Fox, it's a send out of Daytona. That's where it's got to come from if you want to go for a pass here. 2.5 minutes left to go. You see the slight difference in line here. Patrick, this is the send. I said it was out of Daytona. Here we go. Down the inside, James Fox, Simonelli sees him. He's going to try to cross it back over. He lets him go, sets it through, and well, for James Fox, at least for now, he's back in the lead. Now he's got to defend it. Can he hold it? He does here. And well, Patrick, this is where things are going to get interesting with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go. The pressure is really going to get dialed up here. As good pass there from James Fox, and you pretty much predicted the future. And you predicted that that pass was going to happen on the exit of Daytona. It's where we've seen a lot of people really get some good overtakes. They get a really good exit off of Daytona, and they've been able to follow the slipstream and then just send it up the inside of the following corner. And it is just so much fun to see. It looks like history is just about to repeat itself. Simonelli does the exact same thing. Return to sender. Liat Simonelli is going to jump up into P1, and it is going to be another position held as these two continue to scrap it out here for position. Liat Simonelli now trying to go ahead and build that gap away from James Fox, as Kason Hendrickson is going to be pretty much right there ready to capitalize. If one of these two do make a mistake, he'll be pretty much right there just waiting and watching as his two podium-sitting rivals scrap it out for the lead. But we might see Hendrickson get a good run here out of Daytona. Looks like Simonelli got the best run out of Daytona out of anybody on circuit. And he's going to hold on defensive driving gear from the 189. Car 12 here. Going to have a bit of a tough time chasing him down. But, I mean, that's just part of the beauty of it, is that nothing comes easy in any form of motorsport. Simonelli really got to work for this one if he wants to keep that position.
This is going to be one of those that you watch and really just wait and see how it plays along here as they go through. But Simonelli in a good position so far with a little bit of a gap heading through and along here in the front. Fox in second, Hendrickson in third. And this is going to be one of those where you want to see how the gaps accordion in the final couple of laps. It'll be this lap plus 2 more when it's all said and done going along here. And you can see right now for Simonelli, it's just holding the momentum along is the big goal of the game. Easier said than done, I can tell you that here. Simonelli will come through the final corner. Gap right now holding a bit of room, and we'll see as they go along here how this plays out, as it is 2 laps to go as they cross the line. There is the popsicle sticks. There is the 2 to go signal coming along here as they go through, and you can see Simonelli only 0.2 of a second the gap there coming through, and this is going to be where the game really plays out along. And coming through Daytona, they hold along here. Simonelli over Fox. The gap's still a little bit open there, but Simonelli defensive to the inside. I think that's an interesting decision from Simonelli to be defensive there to the inside and hold that along here as we go through around to hit on the final sector. Let's see. And again, I don't know. This is going to be one of those final lap sort of dashes here, Patrick. I don't know how it's going to play along, but as we hit the final lap here with 1 to go, it's one of the top 2. I don't know which one I want to put the money on.
I mean, honestly, it's going to be a coin toss here just to kind of see who actually gets this position. And I mean, these two are rapid, but I think there might be a bit of traffic there just up the road. And I believe that is Miles Hale, who might be a bit of a factor in this one. James Fox is going to try to use the slipstream. He's going to try to close the gap. Bit of a defensive line. Up the inside he goes, licking the step and sending it on through. And James Fox does take the lead on the final lap of the Micro Mini Final. And he's going to hold on to that position for now. It was heartbreak for the driver in the number 12 kart earlier on. He was leading the race and then a mechanic retirement. But he was determined to still get a win today. And it is James Fox winning the Micro Mini Swift Final here. And what a good performance it was. He will lead ahead of Liat Simonelli Kaysen Hendrickson, Diesel Maxwell, and then a Miles Hale rounding out our 5 drivers here. But what a good battle that we've seen from the front two. Just absolutely just duke it out. And a very commendable drive for Elliot Simonellik. He started P5 and made his way up to second, almost getting the win. And that is a very good, job, good English. Very nicely done there for the 189.
Very, very great run from him there going through. Amazing to see that run. And, well, that sets us up with 2 more finals to go here today as we wait on the next final to come out. And it is going to be 206 Senior coming up next. Our penultimate final of the day. Zachary Allen, Braden Heber, the top 2. Colton Kelly, Adam Maxwell, P3 and P4. Levi Wilbur, Andrew Goldman, 5th and 6th. Nico Santos, Jack Feber, Tonka Jahari, and Gavin Haltom, your top 10. I can hear somebody somewhere asking a question about one of our drivers here in the 206 Senior run. You're asking the question about, well, where is the 181 of Jack Feber? Why is he down in 8th? I thought he finished further up. He was assessed a penalty for incident responsibility out of the heat, and so he finished further down the order. He took a 5-second penalty out of that for incident responsibility, and unfortunately for Jack Feber, that put him down into 8th place when it was all said and done. From there, out of the top 10 we go to Tonka Jahari, Gavin Haltom, Mike Haymaker, Alex Cooper, Chad King, Colton King, Jared Spansel, Raider Santos, and Mike Bockert are going to be your 17 karts taking on this 206 Senior final, with Mike Bockert not starting, actually, or Ryder Santos starting in the heat session. We'll see if they make their way to the grid for the final here today. As all of the karts are getting set up, they're getting ready to go here. We're making sure everybody's ready to run through, and, well, as soon as those gates open, it's go time.
And what is our most packed grid of the day, and this is going to be possibly one of the most cinematic races that we will see all day today. The gates are open and the drivers are out, and here we go. The 206 Senior final, a very competitive and very, very spicy race. It is the largest field out of every single race that we have done here today. This one is the biggest one, so this is going to be a absolute beautiful piece of cinematic racing that we got here today. The 206 Senior final is about to get going. It is going to be Zachary Allen ahead of Braden Heber, and those two we know can be really competitive. Colton Kelly had a bit of a tough run, but he did recover in the heat. And then it is Adam Maxwell, Levi Wilbur, Andrew Goldman, Nico Santos, Jack Feber, Tonka Jahari, and Gavin Haltom going ahead and creating our field. They're now going to get bunched up 2x2s coming through Daytona, trying to get a little bit of heat in those tires just before the race goes live here, Brad.
And coming through Daytona, heading towards the tram lines we go. This is going to be one of those exciting ones to watch and see, because turn 1 is going to make or break this race. The weather's perfect. We're at a great track, great layout. Green flag flies, and we are racing here in the run of the 206 Senior final. And it's a great slide there in the background. We're 3 wide. We're bumping. We're hitting tires. We're hitting bumpers. Everyone making contact here, but we're all through. But when it's all said and done, Braden Heber loses a position here up in the front. Zachary Allen holding on there. Colton Kelly into second place, I believe that is, with Maxwell sitting in 4th. Mid-pack, some great shuffles coming along there into the final corner of the run as we head down the front stretch to kick off 12 minutes plus 2 laps here as they go through, and it is Zachary Allen, Colton Kelly, Braden Heber, Alan Maxwell, Levi Wilbur, your top 5, and I would not be surprised if we don't see a lot of fighting in that top 5 or 6 here early on to see if they can figure out what order they want to run in, as they're going to try to pull some gaps. They're going to try to get some runs. We'll see how it plays out here. No moves into turn 1 this time along, but give it some time. I say we'll see more fighting coming soon.
Oh, yeah, that's a 100% a guarantee. And, hey, you might not have to wait that long. There's already a battle happening here. This is for P4, trying to get some positions going through. Adam Maxwell and Levi Wilbur. Wilbur on the attack. And then Maxwell is going to try to hold on to that position. He will hold on to it for now. It is still a pretty long way to go in the race. And we are seeing, even almost a little bit of bump drafting and some contact here. Right up at the front, Zachary Allen, Colton Kelly jumping up into P2 now. So this is going to be fun to watch. These guys are really just laying it all on the line here. Might be a position here. Braden Heber, the highlighted yellow and blue combination driver, trying to get a move in here. And he's going to try, but look at this. A move up the inside for the lead of the race. That is Colton Kelly up into the lead ahead of Zachary Allen. And that is a very good pass there from the driver with the red overalls and the dark blue helmet. Good passing there. And I mean, we kind of expected this from the juniors, right? Where they were going to be a bit more aggressive on the opening stages. But the 206 seniors, they have really just decided that they're just going to leave nothing to chance here. Getting the lead early on for Colton Kelly.
You can't blame them at this point for going for the pass and going through, because if you just leave things to wait, you never know where it's going to go. You kind of got to take control early on here in karting and really force the issue, make the difference happen here, as Braden Heber there in 3rd place is now very much under pressure going along here from Wilbur and Maxwell. This 2 or 3 kart run at the top is now very easily turning into a 6 kart or more battle as they go along here, heading out of the final corner. Down the front stretch they go here as they head through, and well, this is going to be one of those where you kind of look at it and you wonder what's going to happen at the moment. Fastest kart on track, by the way, is the 5th kart in that line. It's Adam Maxwell, the number 141 plated kart, with a 50.313 last time along. Your leader, if you're wondering, ran a 50.5, and Zachary Allen ran a 50.8. So there's some big pace difference in that top 5. There's some pace disparity in that top 5, and we'll see where that plays along here, as Heber now trying to defend from Levi Wilbur, but also go on the offensive on Allen and Kelly. Not able to do anything yet, though, but certainly looking to try to make a pass here sometime, because it's either pass or be passed at this point if you're in his position. And I'll tell you right now, I'd rather pass than be passed if I was Braden Heber.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to go on both fronts at the same time. You either want to try to go on the offensive or go on the defensive. Trying to do both at the same time doesn't usually work out too well, as we're seeing here. But I mean, it hasn't really been a blessing or a curse for Braden Heber up in that P3 position. And he's going to continue to try to hold on, but he's looking like he's dropping into the clutches. He's already checking over shoulder for Levi Wilbur. And oh, look at this. He's got good reason to. Levi Wilbur jumping up into P3 temporarily, but that position will fall right back into the hands of Braden Heber. But now it's going to go back to Levi Wilbur. And I mean, these 3 are just going to absolutely duke it out, with Adam Maxwell pretty much right there in the mix. So this is going to be very, 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 very fun to watch between these guys as they continue on. If you guys are watching this live, do not change the channel. You're not going to want to miss any of this, because as soon as you blink, you're going to miss it, as we saw earlier on today. And I mean, it's going to be Braden Heber going to be under some pretty solid pressure now from Adam Maxwell. But now on your screen, it is going to be Allen on Kelly. And the number 900 of Colton Kelly stays ahead of Zachary Allen. And this is going to be a fun one, because Colton Kelly has been rapid all throughout the day. In our penultimate final race of the day, the 206 seniors really giving us a show here to remember. It is going to be Allen on Kelly Zachary on Colton. This is going to be a strong fight down here. And it's going to just go ahead and try to tuck right in. Maybe think about a move. You don't really see moves in this part of the track. Usually that's for the run out of Daytona, but coming out of the corner leading into Daytona, Zachary Allen does have a pretty good run. We can already see the lean, the helmet tilt, trying to get every ounce of downforce they can possibly muster, trying to get some extra speed out of that number 900 kart. And Colton Kelly is going to hold on, but Wilbur, Maxwell, and Heber got to continue to try to duke it out. And Maxwell is going to try to hold on. Braden Heber losing some positions here, but with little under halfway to go before the final two, it is still anybody's ball game here, Brad.
That it is. This top five not separated by much here, so I still think anyone in the top five is in contention for this right now, especially when you consider that Braden Heber is down into 5th place. Andrew Goldman has dropped 2 places down, as well as Tonka Jahari has dropped 2 places. Actually, make it more than 2 places. Make it 3 places down and counting so far. I think Tonka Jahari possibly out of this race, unfortunately, going through. So it's heartbreaking to see one retirement out of this session so far. Let's see where this top 5 find things through, if they're able to keep things together and moving well. 5 minutes left to go, and right now Kelly, Allen, Wilbur, Maxwell, Heber holding position where they were at the start of the lap. Coming through into the final corner they go, and well, you can see the gap staying smooth here. This is the point where I think they're kind of breathing a little bit, not going for anything too crazy. Nobody wants to force anything to come through. Nobody wants to be caught up in an incident. Everybody wants to just sort of hold on for the moment and see what they can get along with, see if we can close some gaps up, see if we can get ourselves in a challenge for a further position than just the kart ahead. Let's see how they go there. Kelly and Allen out of Daytona looking really well here, Patrick. And again, when you look back at how the heat went, it was Allen, Heber, Kelly, Maxwell, Wilbur. Well, it's Kelly, Allen, Wilbur, Maxwell, Heber is how your top 5 sit right now. So some shakeups here going through, and you got to wonder, how is this going to play out when it's all said and done?
Yeah, I'm going to expect at least another positional change or 2, even if they do reset to the order that we're currently at. I mean, we're seeing some really pudgy stuff here. I mean, we're kind of at that stage of the race where you don't really need to do anything super flashy at this stage, especially if you are Zachary Allen. Just trace it down Colton Kelly, because you know that that's going to just open you wide up for a retake. So, and you'll lose that oh so beneficial slipstream coming out of Daytona. So probably the goal for Zachary Allen is just to stay close, stay pretty much right there, stay a ever-present threat, and don't let Kelly run away with it, so you can potentially make a jump a bit later on to get that position right there at the end. Kind of like we've seen throughout the day with the last moment passes, like the drag races down to the finish line and stuff of the nature. It's going to be a really tough run here, but they're going to give it the roll. I mean, this is their last shot of the day, last shot of the weekend, because like you said earlier, they don't race tomorrow, so everything is encompassed here on the Saturday. So it is going to be Adam Maxwell still chase down Mr. Wilbur here in our number 406, as Levi Wilbur is going to continue to run down to the line. Zachary Allen, though, but now here's the thing, though. This went from 2 separate battles to now a singular 4-way battle for the race lead here, as it is down to the final 2.5 minutes left to go. And this is, I mean, this is really when things are really going to start amping up here. They're going to dial up the pressure, dial up the heat. And, I mean, these top 4 are separated by probably less than a second now. Yeah, exactly. So less than a second separates our top 4. But if they keep battling, Braden Heber is going to pretty much make this a 5-way fight for P1 here.
This is going to be an interesting one to watch here as we get that 5-kart battle here going along here, as Heber has lost touch to the top 4 but is trying to close it back in. Now we're seeing some shuffling. There we go up the inside. Wilbur on Allen, a little bit of contact. It's going to force Allen a little bit wide there. We'll see how he comes back through that 31 of Allen, the white helmet, white kart there to the outside. comes along through, trying to get a move back on Maxwell or Wilbur coming through. That does let Heber close in, and that lets Colton Kelly kind of run away a little bit here. That's going to give a little bit of breathing room here as it goes along. So that is going to shuffle Allen down into fourth, who at one point was the fastest car on track by several tenths. So we'll see how that plays along here for Allen. Coming through Daytona, 60 seconds left to go, plus 2 laps. You can call it about 4 laps to go, including this one. Let's see how it plays here. Colton Kelly tucks the helmet and is just trying to stay calm and smooth. Wilbur and Maxwell, they're really looking for a good battle along as they go through with Zachary Allen just behind. And again, Braden Heber's closed that gap a little bit with the help of these 3 battling. But how close can Braden Heber get here as they go through? 40 seconds left to go as they cross the line. Actually, sorry, it'll be about 30 seconds to go as they cross the line. So that will give them a few extra lap here. So it'll be this lap plus 2 more after this one. So we'll see how much more the gap can close, because at what point does Allen decide to start going for sins here on Maxwell and Wilbur? And then does that give Colton Kelly just enough breathing room to not have to worry about it? Or are these 3 going to just bump draft together hardcore all the way back up to Colton Kelly there with the blue helmet? The answer is right now, it looks like bump draft run is the goal. I don't think anyone wants to challenge each other when they could all have a chance to go for a win here. Patrick, we're going to be 2 to go when they cross the line. The question really becomes who it can take this to Colton Kelly, or are we going to see the battle for second place really be the run?
It's always so hard to predict, but I think it's really just going to be the battle for second, really, because, I mean, these guys are really going to fight tooth and nail for these positions, while Colton Kelly could just run away with it. But as soon as I say that, the top 4 really just started to bunch up here. So it's 2 to go now in the 206 senior final, our penultimate final of the day here in Whiteland, Indiana. And this could be a good run here. Maxwell is trying to get one onto Levi Wilbur. That is Adam Maxwell trying to get a position here, trying to fight for every single position on the track. And I mean, Colton Kelly is really not running away, so I retract my earlier statement. This one's going to be a straight up fight right down to the end. No holds barred. They're going to absolutely just give it everything they got. The white flag is out, and this entire group is separated by less than half a second. So less than half a second separates the group. They will know now that it is going to be make or break time. This will be their final shot to send it on through to try to get the win or a podium. So here we go. This is going to be a run down, but look at this. 3 wide, just about coming into turn 1. Colton Kelly stays on the defense. It is going to be a switchback, though. It looks like Adam Maxwell is going to go for 2 for 1. Side by side now. Colton Kelly is going to try to hold on. But, this is anyone's ball game at the moment. They only got a handful of corners left to go here. Colton Kelly doing a really good job to save it, but look at this. Oh, there's going to be a fight. Oh, big contact, big drama right here at the end. A ludicrous send. And I don't even know who's got this. It's going to be Adam Maxwell after a generational send. And that is heartbreaking to say the least. That's going to drop Colton Kelly, Levi Wilbur, and Zachary Allen way down the order. And I am sure there's going to be some investigations into that one, Brad.
That is a wild way for that race to finish. I don't have another answer other than, oh my gosh. Adam Maxwell, Braden Heber, Jack Feber ends up with P3, Nico Santos in 4th, Andrew Goldman 5th, Gavin Haltom 6th, Raider Santos, Mike Haymaker, Zachary Allen, Levi Wilbur round out your top 10. Chad King down to 11th, Alex Cooper to 12th, and then Colton Kelly, Colton King, and Tonka Jahari finish things out. Looks like it'll be a second here of track cleanup. We're going to take a step aside here at Kart Chaser. When we come back, it's the final heat of the day, or the final feature of the day. It'll be the final run of the day. It'll be Supermasters when we come back here at Kart Chaser. And with all of that said, there is only one more thing to do. And that is the Super Masters Final here, running through at the K1 circuit in Whiteland, Indiana. It's myself, Brad Dalton, joined by Patrick Coleman here. We brought you all the coverage today here, and this is the final of this round number 2. And this will be the final run here of round 2 of the Indy Karting Challenge, because next time you see IKC, it will be new format. It'll be nighttime running in June. So this will be the last all-day sort of run. And also, shout out whoever's idea it was to start this thing at 9 a.m. instead of 8 a.m. I love you. You are amazing. Keep that 9 a.m. time up. I love everyone here at Whiteland for making that decision here at the K1 circuit. Whoever it was that pitched that and agreed to it, hugs and love from me. Let's talk about Super Masters Final here. William McLaughlin will lead Tom Stevens there in second place. Third place on the run is going to come with Wesley Bullock. P4 is going to be not a number. It is going to be Steve Prackle with Joseph Stevens there in the mix, and Mike Bacher in the mix as well. They're actually in the 4th place there with the transponder number. So as we form up here on the formation cone, I will say Supermasters has done the best job of hitting that formation cone time after time here, Patrick. It's been great to see. They'll come down the backstretch towards the tram lines. We'll get ready to go here. 12 minutes plus 2 laps. Let's see who could take on McLaughlin here, who's been dominant both last time out and today. We'll see how this plays out when it's all said and done as we get ready for green flag.
And for one last time on the day, we are green here in Whiteland, Indiana. And we're already seeing some drivers trying to fight for the wheel. And we were saying at the end of the heat for the 206 Supermasters that stopping William McLaughlin, trying to get a better launch, was going to be the crucial fact. And it doesn't look like anyone has. So he's going to try to build up that gap very early on, as he'll be followed through. And this should be a very fun run here. The final one on the day, as we actually do see a good amount of positions being swapped around here. Wesley Bullock already dropping down to P6. So not quite the launch he would have wanted to get this thing started, but it is actually still about two-ish, about a second and a half down from P5. So that could be he could make his way back up, but Mike Bacher is definitely going to try to keep that gap there as he tries to chase down Joseph Stevens. And this could be a really good run here. But just take a look at it. Tom Stevens, though, he's staying with William McLaughlin here for that P1 position. Staying with him, though, but we're going to go too wide. It's going to be a change of position, it looks like here. So that would be a good overtake there. As they come across the line now, it is going to be a Stevens 2-3 here, as Joseph Stevens gets one onto Steve Prackle. That will be for the final step of the podium here on the day. But a very good run here so far. It looks like Prackle might be losing potentially another spot, maybe to Mike Bacher. This could be the change for position. We'll see. Mike Bacher really trying to get the move done here, trying to look for any possible gap. Still early stages. There is 9 minutes to go here in regulation before the final 2 laps. And we're seeing a really good battle here for P4 at the moment. Up the inside goes Mike Bacher, and he will jump up into P4. Very good maneuver for him. He'll jump up into P4. Can he hold on to it, though, is going to be the question. William McLaughlin still about a 3.5 second gap at the beginning of that last lap. So far, so good.
Great to see here the runs so far up in the front. You got to wonder with McLaughlin here, just keeping that consistent pace is the key. For Tom and Joseph Stevens, this is just the well, I can't say words. It's the battle of the Stevens there. Who's the better Stevens between the two? And then, of course, you're looking at Bacher and Prackle battling it out there, 4th and 5th on your screen there, the 33 of Prackle behind Bacher there of the number 20 as they head along through down into the front stretch they go. And let's see how this battle continues to land for them as we watch through. It's been such a great day of racing all the way around here. And Supermasters really just kind of culminating all of today's events here for them as they go through here. Our oldest class, again, for those of you unfamiliar, for Supermasters, you have to be over the age of 60 to run this, which means you got to be wise to run in Supermasters. You got to have some karting experience. And you got to be, you just got to be feeling pretty good to get out here some days. I'm not going to lie. So this is one of those classes that you see them go out and you realize that, again, we talked about this earlier during the Masters run, but this becomes a family affair very quickly for all of the drivers running through. And I mean, you end up with Tom and Joseph Stevens together battling to be the better Stevens there in second and third to see who can be better between the two of them. I'm going to say right now, I think it's going to be Joseph Stevens over Tom. I think Joseph has a little bit more pace over Tom right now. We'll see if that comes true or not as they head along here and continue their way through. William McLaughlin up in front as we approach half distance, about 6 seconds to the good, and that time is continuing to just open up and improve. The pace there you're seeing out of William McLaughlin is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, he's been pretty much just on the ball all day. But one thing to note is even if Joe Stevens does have a bit of more pace than Tom Stevens, you got to remember, catching someone is one thing, passing is a completely different ball game. If Joseph Stevens just has the pace, but he just doesn't have the ability to get the overtake done, and Tom Stevens has that really good defense, then your pace isn't going to matter much if you can't get past the person. So I do think we're going to see a really good battle here. I think my money's going to be on Tom. We can settle that after the fact, but regardless, whichever Stevens comes out on top, I think it's still going to be a really good battle between these two. It's going to be really, really fun to watch, and these two, they're just going to give it their all. I mean, they're just out here having a good time, enjoying racing go-karts on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. The sky looks really nice, not a lot of wind, just enough to be a gentle breeze to keep everybody cool here. As we do have karts pretty well spread out, but the Stevens are going to continue to go at it. It is the number 8 versus the number 50, Tom versus Joseph, fighting for the remaining 2 spots on the podium. And about 5 minutes to go in our final of the day. This 206 Supermasters final has given us some really good battles here, especially between the Stevens.
That it has. This is a great one to watch going through. So the Stevens continuing to keep that run through, and I have to assume they're related, right? Like, there's no reason they wouldn't be. First, I mean, just as they run through, and you see a little bit of a mistake there actually going through from Tom Stevens over Joseph Stevens, and you can see how that shuffles its way through and along here as they go through. It gives a little bit of a battle, and again, this is one of the things I love about watching karting. Look at the different setups. We've seen some drivers in full, fire suits with, the whole get up, and then we see some drivers here, that are here in, protective gear, but not necessarily full, sponsored suits. Like, you look at the Stevens, I mean, they're here in some good thick jackets, set up, ready to run, closed-toed boots. I mean, they are here ready to run. They're not necessarily kitted out to the nines. And again, it goes to show that, with karting, you don't necessarily need to have, thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars in gear to show up. And especially here in the grassroots runs, you see guys show up in, what they have that works for them, that is still safe and meets all of the rules and requirements for them to be here, but they put on some good racing, and it's pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, I think, I forget who it was. I want to say it was Joseph Stevens earlier. I saw when he had his mechanical issue in the heat that he was actually wearing jeans. So, I mean, once again, you pretty much nailed it perfectly. You don't need thousands of dollars of equipment. You can just show up. As long as it meets the rules, you can just show up and race and have a good time doing it. And these two are still going to battle out the battle of the Stevens as they are going to go ahead and continue to just race on through. looks like they were thinking about side by side, but about 3 minutes to go. They know they still got some time. They know that they can still really, like, it's not the end of the road just yet, but they're going to continue to race. And it's going to be a lot of fun to watch these two. They've been battling pretty much the entirety of the race. All it just takes is for one driver to get a really good run out of Daytona to really pile a lot of pressure. That's exactly what Joseph Stevens needs to do. In the number 50, we do see Mike Bacher just passing on through. And the battle rages on here. About 2.5 minutes left to go here. And we are going to see some absolutely beautiful racing here. And we'll see who can get a better run out of Daytona. And it looks like Tom Stevens was going to get the better run out of Daytona. So Joseph Stevens not able to close in the gap just enough yet to really try for a lunge. But so far, it is still Tom Stevens ahead of Joseph Stevens here with 2 minutes to go.
2 minutes to go. Plenty of action still to come along here for all of these drivers running through. And again, you still see the Stevens hanging out and keeping their battle well and truly alive here in second place as they go. So as we watch them go through and continue to fight, this is going to be one of those fun ones to really watch and keep your eye on as they go. I really just got to wonder at this point for the Stevens where they're at here, as McLaughlin here up in the front. You can see still muscling that cart around right on the back of Wesley Bullock, about to actually lap Wesley Bullock at this point and go through and lap him, doing a great job there on the run. So let's see what he can do on his way through, because this is a great race going through for him. So he is still keeping some good fighting along through. We'll see what he can do on the run for him as we come out of the final corners and hit under a minute to go here for the final of the day. And well, pace is absolutely amazing to see the difference on 0.4 of a second, the gap between, or the pace differential last lap between McLaughlin and the Stevens as they went through. So just taking a look there. And was that Tom Stevens like cracking his wrist going through Daytona that I just saw?
That would be, I mean, hey, that's one way to do it, I guess. I probably wouldn't take my hands off the wheel, but I mean, hey, sometimes if you get that, your knuckles just get a little stiff, just crack them and then you're good to go. Kind of like, sometimes for some people, like if your back is stiff, you could just lean back super far and just crack your back. Really relieves a lot of tension in your spine. But enough of the poppy joints and such. We got 2 laps left to go the next time William McLaughlin comes across the line. The timer is at 0. And ladies and gentlemen, we are about to approach the final 2 laps of our day here at Whiteland, Indiana. Still 2 more laps left to go. 2 more laps left to go, though. So it's not quite over yet, but our time draws nigh. And the time draws nigh for Joseph Stevens to really, he needs to get a move on. He needs to try to get a move and try to get it done sooner rather than later. As they go through, the 2 laps to go sign will be given to them as they go through. William McLaughlin, 11 seconds of a gap to the rest of the field. And then the battle to Stevens will continue on. There's a symbol for 2 to go. And this has been a fantastic day of racing, especially for that man right there, William McLaughlin, currently P1 by 11 seconds. Insane work right here.
Absolutely insane there for him, running through. Just a great run for him along. Just smooth consistency has been his key going along there for William McLaughlin. He has not let up at all at this point as he continues to keep his push along. So defending champion from last season, no surprise to see him absolutely just running away here with a great gap as he takes the white flag. 1 lap to go here for William McLaughlin. And behind it is Tom and Joseph Stevens catching up to Wesley Bullock at this point as they go. They will have to navigate that traffic in this final run. How will Wesley Bullock handle that? Looks like for Wesley Bullock, it's a very, very easy pull out of the way. No harm, no foul. McLaughlin, though, dominant last season. Dominant round one in Supermasters. Having a great run for his run through. So then you have to wonder here as we go through, where can this happen along? And for him, it's just a case of final couple of corners. Great move for him as Tom and Joseph Stevens battle it out. William McLaughlin is going to bring it through the final corner. He'll come to the line. He's had amazing pace, and he is going to win here in the Supermasters. The final for the Indy Karting Challenge, round number 2, crosses the line. And then here come the Stevens. Who's the better Stevens of the two Stevens? The answer is Joseph Stevens overtakes Tom Stevens on the final lap with the run there of Bullock coming through. And then after that, we do have Mike Bacher and then Steve Prackle that finish things out here for the final here in 206 Supermaster.
Yeah, then the rest of the field is as follows. It is going to be William McLaughlin ahead of Joseph Stevens, Tom Stevens, Mike Bacher, and then Steve Prackle and Wesley Bullock rounds out our field for the final race of the day here at Route 2 at IKC. A very good run. Very fun to watch the two Stevens battle out here right at the end. But as they say, Brad, all good things must come to an end. But I think we can pretty much safely say that for pretty much almost everybody here, today has been a fantastic day here in Whiteland, Indiana.
That it has. This has been such a fun one to watch here. And I want to thank everybody for joining in on the run here, whether you've been live, whether you're a Kart Chaser member, whether you're watching the VOD back later. Thank you for being here. A big thank you to all of the staff behind the scenes here at Whiteland and, of course, all of the Kart Chaser crew who have helped make this one possible. Patrick, a big thank you to you for making your Kart Chaser debut here today. It's been great to have you alongside. Great to, hopefully get to do this with you a bit more. If you're looking for more action here in Kart Chaser, can I turn you along to go check out the USPKS United States Pro Kart Series Round 1? The Saturday heat races are still on and still going in Mooresville, North Carolina as they go through. So if you need some more racing in your life, and we all definitely do, go check them out. But other than that, we're going to send this one off into the sunset. On behalf of Ian behind the scenes, on behalf of Patrick, my name is Brad. We've taken you start to finish here today. We'll see you back here in Indianapolis in June for the next round of the Indy Karting Challenge. But otherwise, we'll see you on the next Kart Chaser broadcast. Have a good night.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm going to show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate-loaded decline bench sit-up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop,
We deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.